I want to quickly say that there are very many dignitaries in our midst, and as I get to know their correct names and address, I will make known to the House. At this point in time, I want to pause there with a promise to remove the punctuation and continue as I get more names. I want to recognize the organizers generally, the organizing committees. They are doing well. We'll go to item number 2. Item number 2 is the opening prayer. We have my Lord Spiritual in the house. The honor goes to him. And let me respectfully invite His Lordship, Professor Akpan, to please give us the opening prayer.
Those who are not unable to stand, please stand. Lord, we want to thank you for a gathering like this, to give honor. Honor is due. Honor as a result of service to humanity. We want to thank you for friends and compatriots who have gathered to make this day what it should be, to contribute to service to this nation, this institution, and the world. We want to acknowledge your grace for the man for which this day has been set aside to honor. Professor Akpan Hogan, a man who has invested his life, and many of those gathered here are beneficiaries of his service, either as a teacher or as an administrator. We ask you to come in and lead us. May all our deliberations bring glory to your name. Bring grace, composure, and commitment to all of us. Guide us, O Lord, we pray. In Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Please sit. With that prayer, we are going to run the program smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, there is no event in the University of Uyo that is not preceded by prayers. It happens so because it is paramount core value system in the system. Thank you. I want to go straight to item number 4, while still promising to introduce more of our guests as they come. Thank you. Anybody that has come deserves full recognition. Okay, let me respectfully recognize the presence of the proprietor of Monev Schools. He is Dr. Fabian Eshet. Dr. Fabian Eshet. Oh, sir, you're welcome. This man was here very early. One of the first 3 people to be here. Welcome, sir. I want to recognize the presence of Professor Gabriel Umo, Department of Agri-Economics. Prof, that's a former president of Alumni Association. Prof, have you seen Dr. Nseube, Akbarawa Nseube? Okay, 2 of you on the same line. Former presidents of Alumni Association. So we move to item number 4. Our mother, the former Vice-Chancellor and the first female Vice-Chancellor of this university, a teacher and educationist, Professor Comfort Ekpo, will make the opening remarks. Prof.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. You're all welcome to the 7th annual birthday lecture of an icon. I welcome all of us. For those who have been lucky to be at the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the sixth, and now the 7th, can you give yourself a clap? Celebrate yourself. You've done very well. I personally love to celebrate people who have made us proud when they are alive. And this is one of the ways we have decided to celebrate Professor Akpan Ekpo in the University of Uyo. Distinguished personality, as we introduced them, let me once more recognize the celebrant, Professor Akpan Ekpo. Let me recognize the chair of the board of this great program and the entire members of the board. Let me also recognize the distinguished man of God, His Highness the Bishop, on behalf of every other clergy here present. Let me recognize the team of discussants, and please permit me to rest on the already established protocol so that we can move on. I just want to thank God for who He is, for the way He does His things. I actually love Professor Akpan Ekpo in a very unique way. Why do I? When I see a man, a woman who is very, very strong, very focused, and very powerful, and he does all that is within himself, the content of what he knows, and then he gets to a point that he doesn't know what to do again. And then he said, there must be a superior power, there must be somebody that can help me out. And then hand over to that person. That's what we love in academics. You can't do it all. So some years ago, I'm trying to tell you why I personally appreciate this great man. Some years ago in this university, we had a lot of cult activities that did not allow us to move forward. And when he did all that was in his power as one of the, what they call the unionists in the university at the time, when he did all and couldn't get the universities to settle, he told God, please take over. I didn't create this university, you bought it. And God took over since that year. And that's formed one of our tradition, to always hand over everything we want to do to God. And I also appreciate him. Yeah, you can clap if you want to clap. That's a very good thing. Thank you very much. And I also appreciate him because he looks beyond looks beyond physical, he looks beyond people. Some years back too, when it wasn't very popular for women to hold any position of responsibility, he picked me to be the director of Institute of Education, because that institute was in a very shamble state. It was in a shamble. And he picked me to be the director of Institute of Education. And that is the genesis of my coming into the leadership position in the University of York. So it's a very forward-looking man. And so when we saw in the year 2014 that it was good to celebrate him every year, the center was established by the members of his family and his friends. That center was to create a platform for what we are doing today. I'm just trying to go a little history so that we know why we have done this annual birthday. It's not just a birthday, it's a birthday that we want to be sure that we celebrate an asset, we celebrate a man that has done so much, we celebrate a global figure. For us to have him as a gift in Akwa Ibom State, Professor Akpan Ekpo'S is a gift to us. And so we set aside this day to be celebrating him. Actually, today, 26th of June, is his birthday. And today's own, very, very significant. The 26th of June, 26 is a very significant day. And it is 7th year. So I want to believe, God, that the purpose of creating this place, to make it a forum, creating this, the platform, to make it a time for us to celebrate him, showcase his works, showcase people that come in to discuss, because a community that is not discussing issues is a dead community. So what we do is to create this forum, bring out topical issues and discuss, and then find a way forward so that we can make progress in our community. And I think the people that form the Akpan Ekpo'S Center deserves a round of applause. I want to thank every one of us that decided to come today and make today's own another epoch-making event. One thing we've been driving over the years for the length of time since the center was established in 2014 is to get not just a forum like this, to get a center that we can do a lot more, train people on leadership, train people on financial management, train people on a lot of social issues. And it's a place that when we can establish, what I mean establish, get the structure, get the building, the people that are managing are very capable, they're already on ground. But get the physical structure in place, and then we can go on providing the services as was proposed in the plan. You have the program there, so you know the vision of the center, you know the mission. And for this number of years, we have been driving the vision. And today, again, we are here gathering to also handle the discussion. I want to thank the organizers of today's meeting, and I ask that every one of us to stay to the end, please. And whatever financial contribution you know you are capable of doing, this is the time to do it, so that we can keep this forum going, so we can be sure that we can invite whoever we want to come in and handle whatever program we have here. And at the end of it, the entire community will be blessed because it's a development that is coming to University of Uyo. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
A better round of applause for our dear mother. Yes. Thank you very much. A very good audience for that matter. While the chairperson was giving her remarks, I am made to understand that the member representing the Tinan State constituency in Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly is here present to honor Professor Akpan Ekpo'S. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I recognize the Honorable Udwak Ekpo. Honorable, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Prof has made a Tinan local government very proud. Thank you for honoring him. We also have someone that represents our special guest. The special guest is Dr. Asigbo Esien Ebok. Is one man that has never failed to attend this event. But this time around, he is represented by Professor Mando Esien Ebok. You represent a special guest. Not everybody has seen the hand. You'll be all right. Please, you are not expected to sit behind. He normally sits at the front when he comes. Please clap for my Prof as she comes. Dr. Asigbo is a very key and keen player at the center. He's always there. It's a prayer that is continued to be well with him. Yes. Thank you, ma. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an annual birthday lecture in honor of Emeritus Professor Akpan Hogan, a world-class economist. Since it has to do with annual birthday, the chairman in our remarks mentioned a few things about him. We may not have all the time to say what we know about him, but any little time you have, whether it is 30 seconds, say one thing about him. It was when he was Vice-Chancellor that I was removed from the records office to information to work with the Vice-Chancellor. That is the Vice-Chancellor I enjoyed his speeches most. He will come with script, but will hardly read the script. He will talk extempo and you learn. One of the things I will never forget is, we cannot build excellence on decadence. Prof, you said so. And I won't forget. Thank you for that. The next is welcome remarks by the chairman of the center, Dr. Effiong. Please come and welcome your audience as the chairman of the center. A round of applause for the chairman of the center.
Thank you very much. The chairman of this occasion, our celebrant, Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo, and all of us that are here, I stand on behalf of the center to welcome you to this year's event. It is the 7th, and all of us do know the significance of the number 7, what was a dream by members of his family, his friends, and his students, today has come to be fulfilled. This is the 7th birthday lecture that we are organizing in his honor. And I want to thank you and welcome you for ever being present, supporting and encouraging the center to continue. I also want to thank Professor Akpan H for giving us the opportunity. He's an academic globe trotter. At one time, it was as if he was living in the plane. You call him today, he says he's in Lagos. You call him the next day, he's in Monrovia. You call him, he's in Addis Ababa. So for us who have the opportunity of having contact with you, sir, we appreciate. We want to tell you, sir, for what you have brought back from your sojourns abroad, in your international connections and relations that we have tapped into, we say, God bless you, sir. May He grant you long life and continue to give you the energy to share in your wisdom. We pledge to continue to key in to what you have believed in. Nelson Mandela says, when I die, you don't need to fly to come and see my corpse. Whatever you can do, if you love me, show that love today. And I want to ask all of us that are here, who have the privilege to see Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo, who have been mentored by him. Many of us have been mentored by him, not by direct teaching, but by association with him. We want us, each and every one of us, to show love to him. The chairman has said so much about the center. That vision today has been rooted. And so we need to water it to grow. We've been told the building is up, but it has not reached a stage that we can have a good function of it. It's unfortunate the Vice-Chancellor is not here yet. We understand he had traveled. His ascension to the office of the Vice-Chancellorship of this university is also very significant. On this 7th occasion, he is one of his sons, and I believe whoever represents him, whoever is in management or in the University Governing Council, we had extracted a pledge from the outgoing or outgone acting Vice-Chancellor, who promised that he was going to integrate the center into the mainstream of the university. We hope and believe, being his son, that this will come to pass. And believing God too, that by the next year, when we're going to have another annual lecture, we will be there at that edifice that is being built in his honor. Once more, I want to welcome each and every one of us to this occasion. And for the young ones here, I implore you. They say, show me your friend and I'll tell you who you are. We also say, whoever wants to grow should follow the great person, great personality. In our parlance, we say, they told you, I said, please, now that you have an opportunity to have an icon like Professor Akpan Ekpo, make the best use of it. Not only for the students of economics, in any area of your life. I'm a medical doctor. What do I really have with economics? But I have tapped and benefited so much from my association with Professor Akpan Ekpo'S. Once more, you're welcome, and may God bless each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
Please clap better than that for the chairman of the center. For the chairman of the center to welcome you, you should be happy and clap even more than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, there's a little adjustment in the program, and that would take me to inviting His Lordship, the Bishop, for a goodwill. I'm talking of Bishop Professor Ahazaya Omana, Your Lordship.
Thank you. The chairman of the occasion, members of the board, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think the person we are celebrating today deserves a lot of goodwill. And he has given a lot of goodwill. One good turn deserves what? Another. I am particularly happy to be always around my friend, Akpan Hogan Ekpo, for very many reasons. When the chairman was talking about him, he placed him as a universal figure. And indeed, he is a universal figure. With due respect to the honorable gentleman from Etinan, he may claim that Akpan is from Etinan, a good claim. But somebody in Lagos could claim that Akpan Ekpo'S was born in Lagos. He speaks Yoruba better than a native Yoruba man. And if they make that claim, they will not in any way be telling a lie. Akpan Ekpo'S is a Kenyan. And if he says he's from Kenya, you may not doubt him in any way, because his better half is from there. If Akpan Ekpo'S claims that he is an American, not only is he a citizen, he was educated there. So he's a man of the universe. For him, there is no closed circuit. So for some of you who are in the Department of Economics and you may lay claims to him, you'll be sorry that others will swallow you. You might have a good case for claiming him, because without him, many of you in economics would not have been there, either as students or as lecturers or as professors. Now, some of you outside the Department of Economics in the University of Uyo, if you claim he is a primus inter pares amongst you, you in fact will not be telling a lie. Not only was he the Vice-Chancellor, he was a transformative Vice-Chancellor. He created foundational milestones in that university. He made University of U reputable. Just cleans all the disrepute, either in the factory that was manufacturing certificates, or in the biddings for cultism. He cleans the place up. I am talking from a privileged position because I happen to work with him. He is a friend of mine. When I had reason to thank God for my 85th year on earth, and I wrote an autobiography. He was the one that made the presentation. Professor Akpan Ekpo'S is a unique man. If you call people in Kwaibo Church and you go to the housing estate, and if there is a church there, ask how it grew. It wasn't a mushroom. He's a man of faith. Akpan Hogan Ekpo is a man of faith. Now, how did the chairman of the Center for Akpan Ekpo happen to be a medical doctor? Now, you hear of all the economists and the agriculturalists and so on. How did it happen? Now, it was during his time that we were fortunate to have a man like Effiong as a director of the medical center. He made a lot of us healthy, and he stays healthy. The gray hair is not a symbol of something that happened yesterday. He is not only of age, he keeps the aging people healthy. So he deserves, Akpan Hogan Ekpo deserves a lot of goodwill. One of the members who just introduced himself as a professor of decision science. I can remember when he came into the university. It took a lot of decision to bring him in. And that wasn't scientific. It was not artistic. It was not economics. It was management. Akpan Hogan Ekpo is a very efficient manager of men and resources. Not now that Nigeria has melted, but when Nigeria went kaput economically, the Minister of Finance at that time, who also happened to have been a person from our local here, somebody was saying that Akpan Ekpo jets from one spot to another. He was running the Ministry of Finance of this country from Uyo. Because it is not this house that makes a building. It's this head. And the man has good head. He has good head. Now, the Etinko people may not know that good head is not in money. Because a Chinan, no, you talk about a Chinan, you talk about money. Now, I happen to be a good Akpan Ekpo'S, and I know how our people are. So, but that guy from a Chinan may not have a lot of money. But man, if you mention his name somewhere, it's worth more than money. That's how the Bible tells me that a good name is better than good ointment. Prof, may the Lord continue to lead you right, and may this center grow not only physically, but spiritually and morally. Thank you. MC.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, you mentioned the economist, agriculturists, the Lagosians, and the rest, but you didn't tell us that you are a sociologist. Okay. The next item number 7, the 7th annual birthday lecture, item number 7. A book is to be presented, and this happens every year. Professor Akpan Hogan, Emeritus Professor indeed, is known for writing a lot of books. I remember that while he was Vice-Chancellor, about the time he was leaving office, he presented 5 books on one occasion. 5 books. Some he was writing while flying on the plane. And the books were published and presented. Prof, I have a copy of the one on university administration. We have it. 5 books one day. This one, I don't know whether there are 5 books or 1 book, but he is known for book writing and presentation. And I want to use that time to introduce the book presenter. The book presenter knows Prof very well in another angle than we know. And that work wouldn't have been done by any other person than that person. He is influenced so much by his profession as a theater artist. So whenever he appears, whether you were crying, you will laugh. If you were laughing and he comes crying, you will cry. So he knows how to make it, and he's here with us. I'm talking of Professor Ekong Johnson. Prof. You can say with me. Please clap for him. He is coming to make a presentation of the book. Prof.
I'd like to say good morning to everybody and to apologize for coming rather late. My car packed me up on the road. I tried to quickly fix it. It wasn't possible. I called my mechanic to come and take it. I had to wait for the mechanic to arrive. Then I hopped on top of Okada. And when we got to Ring Road, the Okada packed up. And everyone was calling me. But I'm happy to be here. And I want to thank you for coming for this event. Thank you so much. I'm seeing some of my very old friends. Atauro Mokomo, Prof. Wilson, Atrowesalo, Trenchard, Ekbelesao, Only Educate. What a privilege for me to be the one to talk about today's book. And I'm grateful to my brother, my senior brother, for preferring me to be the one to review the book. The 5 books that the moderator mentioned. I was privileged to be the reviewer of all of them. So I have read him in and out. There is something the constructivists call aesthetics, not the aesthetics you know. The constructivism aesthetics is if you don't have complete information on a book about a person, if the person is alive and you are privileged to meet him, you exploit on that aesthetic to meet him to get the additional information. So I know from aesthetics and I know from the book about him. Ladies and gentlemen, the book is titled Misunderstanding with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, as Vice-Chancellor, University of Uyo, including current challenges by Akpan Hogan Ekpo. The book is published by University of Lagos Press, and the date of publication is 2022. So this book has been in the cooler for some time, for 4 years now, as it were, and is only being given baptism today publicly. The book has a table of contents. It has 7 chapters, couched within 145 pages. It has acknowledgments, then straight to business of chapter 1 to chapter 7. The gentleman, Akpan Ekpo'S, is best known, but I'd like to just give a few indices about his background that should throw light into his structure. That man there is a barracks boy. His father was a policeman, and he grew up in the barracks. That should begin to give you some sensibilities and sensitivities about him. Then they live in Ajegunle. He grew up, part of his growing up days was in Ajegunle. You know Ajegunle, don't you? Okay. He attended 2 Christian primary schools and 1 Christian secondary school. So he had his orientations in Christian principles. Maybe now in secondary school, Christian schools have been watered down by several factors, but in his time, Christian schools were ideal Christian schools that you could not escape the injections of Christian principles as a child. So if he's an elder today, the roots can be traced down to his orientation in Christian principles. After secondary school, he attended Howard University. Howard University is blackest in perspective, no apologies. It was a university established for freed slaves. And from that perspective, that university has been a pioneer in the liberation not only of the human mind, but the liberation of nations from colonial forces. To have been a student in such a school, certainly you had donated yourself to conscientization. That is Akpan Ekpo for you from those perspectives. And he confesses in this book that it was in that university that he came to be persuaded to adopt a socialist Marxist position in his ideology. You are just looking at me, I thought you would clap for the man. He adopted a socialist Marxist ideology for his life. He is also one of the very few to combine Christian aesthetics with Marxist polemics. It's one of the few. Because the people I know to be persuaded by Marxist polemics are not Christians. But Akpan Ekpo has been able to accommodate and effectively utilize Christian positions with his Marxian ideology. Good to see you, sir. I am going to use a thematic approach in the review of the book. I am at liberty. I can humbly say that nobody reviews good books more than myself in this state. I can humbly say so. You can show me which books you have reviewed. I will first tell you that I've reviewed books, all the biographies and autobiographies of all previous governors of this state, including the present one. Clap for me now. Come on. Don't be jealous. So thank you for coming. Many years ago, when a little girl ran across my car and looked lifeless, you brought back that girl to life and saved my life. Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to be thematic. I'm going to identify a couple of themes and talk about from that book and allow you to read the rest for yourself, because deconstruction theory says no two persons can read a book and arrive at the same meanings, because you are coming across with your background, your persuasions, your ideologies, philosophies, Christian standing, family background, schools you attended. The first is radicalism as a theme. Akpan Ekpo is a radical to the core. That doesn't make him rascally. You have to find a fine distinction. If you don't know it, you come and ask this man. Between radicalism and rascality. A radical is the person that believes persuasively in a cause and is willing to stake his life for the fulfillment of that cause. Where others deter, he doesn't. Example, I was privileged to be a lecturer too when he was a professor in the University of Abuja, where we met with storms. You read it in the book. It was either you are a boy or you become a man. Boys started making noise, you know, it's cheap. But men held the fort, defying all the threats to stand on their position. I was the ASU Public Relations Officer in Abuja. I dropped letters on the desk of Abacha, letters that he signed. Can you do that? On page 15 of the book that is going to be launched today, you read the account. My name is there. A paragraph is devoted to me. And two of us, along with others, other men who were not boys, we were sacked in NTA News the same day, I and him. Clap for us now. You are going to read that account. In that book, we were threatened. Some of us lost their lives. He escaped with life, and that's another theme. Whatever you do, you need to preserve life and value it. Because you need to be alive to continue the fight. You don't act careless and stupid for the forces of oppression to catch up with you. You circumvent with the best strategies you can find. My brother escaped from Abuja without telling me. Left me there to face my own life. I joined the escape later. A young man who was paid to kill me, who had arrested me 21 times. There is no SSS office, two of us, had not been dragged to in Abuja. So this particular day, this SSS man was paid, he had been paid to kill me and the rest of us. And the God that I serve did not permit him to kill. A lot of stories. So this evening around 7:30 was in my house. This is the day I escaped from Abuja. He blew his horn, quam quam. That was how he used to blow his horn. I came out and I saw him and said, have you come to arrest me again? He said, no, I came to tell you that you should not touch your water tank because it has been poisoned. And if you don't leave Abuja today, I cannot protect you again. There is arrangement in place to pick up your wife. My wife is a professor of medicine. To pick up your wife in the hospital and you will never see her again. And you are 2 kids in the school. I listened to my heart. My heart said, run. I jumped into the bedroom and told my wife. My wife said, let's go. That was the day I started a principle which may benefit you. I don't go to sleep until I'm sure at least one car in the house has half tank fuel. That wasn't the time to go to a mechanic. That wasn't the time to go to petrol station. I just packed everyone into the car and I said, Lagos, wherever we moved. So that account is recorded in that book, the theme of radicalism, to believe so much in a cause. Like right is right, wrong is wrong, no matter who is affected. That was our position. ASU must be given room to exist in a university to defend the welfare of staff. That was the cause. And we had hell raise and lose against us. I've mentioned the theme of being strategic, to know when to fight and stand and live, and when to run to be alive to fight again. There is the theme of self-defense. Beyond this running, the book is a defense that the author is putting across to the world concerning the misunderstanding that people have about him. You are entitled to defending yourself. You are entitled to telling your own side of the story. Every story is told from a perspective. His perspective of what you probably had heard or might be hearing is told. Another theme of the book is the theme of good parenting. I mustn't forget that. This young man in the primary school grew up to be curious. He would ask his father, why are people living in the GRA and we are living in Ajegule? Why are people looking so blessed and not everybody? And the father would tell him, when you grow up, you will understand. People say, so the father would tell him so. So parents, what are you telling your children? So that they look up to it. They look up to becoming. Another theme in the book is the theme of friendship. Friendship, such as he has enumerated, he has even put some as a footnote. When others tended to run away from him, others stuck around. They will come to me and say, this thing we have heard, we know you too well to relate that story about you. What exactly happened? They didn't join the crowd to talk about what they didn't know. May you have such friends in Jesus' name. There is also the theme of Christianity. The capacity to forgive those who wrong you. He doesn't hold anyone tenacious because they wronged him. He found, in the book, he found occasions to show love instead of revenge with hatred. That's Christian, serious Christian ethics. He would not deny the opportunities of people who may have held things against him because he was in a position. He treated everybody fairly. Ladies and gentlemen, there are testimonies at the end of the book, at least 2 people who dared the safety of their lives to write about him when the governor of the state had a misrepresentation about him. We don't know who informed him to do some of the things he did or say some of the things he said, But I like two people whose accounts are documented, who wrote, Mr. Excellency, we don't know who informed you, but this is the man we know. This is what it stands for. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time. This man has been asking me to stop. So I would urge you to get the book and read the details I have read through. I can talk about it, but you need to talk about it from your perspective. The book is going for 1,000 naira. Is a dash, but it is packed as 3 in 1. He addressed the address of today that he's making, or is about to make a book about his chronicling, and this one, the 3 of them in a pack, is 5,000. But if you want to buy independently of all, one is 1,000, the other one is 1,000, but the book that chronicles him is 3,000. What a pleasure it's been on a rainy day talking to you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Professor Johnson. You've made the congregation or the audience to agree with me that by the time you are here, everybody will be enjoying and smiling. So, you presented the book, but you did not unveil it for us to see.
Yes, I presented the book, and it is my pleasure to bring my brother and friend. I told you how he saved me from Wahala, to do the unveiling of this book on our behalf. Sir, you have the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of all of us that are here, and to the glory of God, I unveiled this set of books to God's own glory. Amen. Okay, thank you. I think there is a third one here. That all yours for keeps for only 5,000 naira. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the books in reference. The one of today is Misunderstanding with the Academic Staff Union. Then we have the state of the Nigerian economy, 2015 to 2026. This is something to read about. Then, of course, a radical intellectual activist. What a combo. One person, radical intellectual activist, scholar and administrator, Professor Akpan Hogan. The pack of 3 is 5,000 naira. But if you want to buy piecemeal, this is 3,000. These two are 1,000. Please signify, and they will bring the books to you. There's not going to be any special launching. They'll bring the pack for you. Everybody should smile away with these books, please. I am a product of books. I, Brother Trenchard. My neighbor, how are you? Please, we need more shares to help carry the books to those who should read. It was Socrates that said, the day you stop reading, you start dying. So don't start dying. I understand the account number is in the program. Please check in case you want to transfer some money. The account number him to answer that question. Professor Morin, how do you confirm that someone has transferred the money?
No, they have to just transfer the money. The account number is on the program, the back of the program. And then we'll just write your name as you receive the books and give it to the ushers. Please.
Yeah, I was trying to encourage us to read. Please hold on, someone is coming to form the habit of reading. I don't think there is a day that has passed into history that I don't read. Please come. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's a pleasure. Yes. Please flack your hand up for the usher to give you the book. Even if you've never read before, try some today. I am identifying. Someone is asking me why I chose to wear my cap like this today. Am I identifying with the spirit of radicalism? And you better not try me today. That's my Professor Akpan Ekpo'S is the one that brought me back to this university. And I couldn't miss coming for this event. So today is the burial of Professor Kaloka. And my department has traveled for that event. I was to lead the team, but I had to be here. I had to be here. After all, the Bible says, let the dead bury the dead. So I chose to be here. But that is my professor, the first professor of theater art from Igbo land. Okay. Please just show. There are hands being lifted for the book. Oh, many hands, please. Let us give these hands first. Plenty. Please. Please, the hands are very many there. Ushers, please. Just bear with us. Okay, that's 1,000. Yes, I can still see some hands there. Please get the books to the hands as lifted. There's one person behind there. There are two people behind there. Please get the books for them. Please, even if you want a copy, don't hesitate to say so. We shall deliver the copy to you. Thank you, sir. Even if just one copy. Get a copy, get something. attend to Madam Wedding. Let me see your hand. If you're there's a hand there. There are hands here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands are still lifted. Sorry, sir. They're coming to attend to you. Please, 6, 7 hands still lifted up there. Sorry for those dangling hands since you started lifting them. Yes, please move into the audience. Move into the audience. There are hands there. You must exhaust the hands. Can I see your hand? Yes, there are hands behind there. Well, give me 2 bags. Give me 2 bags. Okay. Please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, from every indication, the Vice-Chancellor of this university is here. And I will request us all to please rise to receive our Vice-Chancellor. Please, let's usher the Vice-Chancellor to his seat. The Vice-Chancellor arrived in company of the University Registrar and the Bursar, and the librarian, rather. Welcome. Tim Friday, your attention, please. Please sit. Please locate yourself at your seat. Please don't move around any longer. Just indicate the ushers will bring the books to you, please. Please, 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 settle down, settle down, settle down. The Vice-Chancellor, University of Uyo, the chairman of this occasion, our former Vice-Chancellor, the real man, our distinguished Emeritus Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo, whose birthday annual lecture we are holding, the Registrar, University of Uyo, the Vice-Chancellor of our sister institutions, Federal University in Akwa Ibom State, the University Librarian, the book presenter, members of the governing board and the advisory board, the discussants, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. While the book presentation was going on, the 9th substantive Vice-Chancellor of this university joined us at this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, this Vice-Chancellor happens to have been mentored by Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo. This Vice-Chancellor is of the Department of Economics, Faculty of Social Sciences. He has been the chairman, 2-time deans of faculty, and the chairman, Committee of Deans. Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo, who mentored him, is a transformer, a liberal man. And our current Vice-Chancellor is also a transformer. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Professor Chris Ekong, the 9th substantive Vice-Chancellor of the university. Next to our Vice-Chancellor is another Vice-Chancellor. This time around, a pioneer Vice-Chancellor of the Federal University of Science and Agri and Technology at Obiokpa. I'm addressing and introducing to us Professor Joe Essien. The Vice-Chancellor came with the Registrar of the University, Mrs. Blossom Okoria. And of course, he came with the University Librarian, Dr. Thomas Adigun. Mr. Vice-Chancellor, sir, you're welcome. If the program is with you, sir, we have been on item number 7. When we heard that you were coming, the expectation was so high and has not been disappointed. Once again, you're welcome, sir. We'll move straight to item 8. The keynote speaker is to be presented, and then he will go ahead to deliver the keynote. I therefore invite the Professor of Decision Science and beg him to take a very strong decision to present the keynote well to us in a manner we will even understand the note before the key is given. Professor Ntero Umare. A round of applause for him as he comes to the podium.
my Vice-Chancellor, Chairman of the occasion, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Agriculture, our celebrant, Professor Akpan Ekpo'S, Honorable Member representing Itinan, our discussants, our Father in the Lord, Archbishop Isaiah Omana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I know that we spent quite some time, but let me bring you up to speed why I am jittery, because I am. A few years back, I traveled to the United Kingdom for a conference, and with me was then Dr. Etienne Akpan. We met a few Nigerians, one of them from a sister university, from a sister state. I went there as a mentor. I introduced Dr. Etienne Akpan, who we fondly call Master, to the stage to present our paper. He did such a wonderful job that the fellow Nigerian who was to come after him the next day came to me and said, "Sir, I am not presenting." And I said, "Why?" So with the standards set by Etienne Akpan, there's no way I want to go there and be disgraced. What's the relevance? I want to request most respectfully to everyone in this university, nobody should ever make me an act after Ifyong Johnson. I can't match him. He knows how to run the crowd. I don't. But maybe I should just give it a little try. But don't rate me by his own standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told to talk about a man who I have introduced severally. But on this occasion, I decided to put something down in writing because there's so much to talk about this man. Again, many years ago, there was a professor of religious studies. I think it was a professor of New Testament. He lived in Tennessee. He was all over the world. Whenever you call him, he said, "Oh, you're looking for Father Justin?" And I'll say, "Yes." "So sorry, Father Justin lives in the air." This gentleman that has been introduced as somebody from Lagos, from Uyo, from Etinan, and so on, this man lives in the air. So what are you going to talk about this man? One of the things he did, and I'm sure this is why I am a professor today, he shocked me. We were to have a conference in Uyo. We decided to visit the village. After having a good time in the village, we forgot the floppy disk. Any of us can remember the floppy disk era? We forgot the floppy disk that had the content of our presentation the next morning. And at 5 o'clock in Uyo, if you ever knew the road between Etinan and Ekpo'S, you'll be lucky to get out of that space in 1 hour because the jobbers were there to push your car out. So the decision was very simple. Go back to Etinan and fetch the floppy disk or start writing the conference papers all over. And he said to me, "My friend, the easier option is for us to start writing." So I asked him, if we are starting presentation by 9 a.m., how can we do that? That instruction that he gave me that we must start that night and finish by 6 a.m., that transformed me. Thank you, sir. He is a man that is full of industry. He knows what to do. He knows how to drive a process. Today, you're asking me to tell you about him. And Ifyong Johnson laid the foundation beautifully well. He said he was an Ajegule boy. Jegule, 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 Jegule. And he did all of that. going to school, boarding buses and coming out, but here he is, a global icon. Let me stay with my script, because I'm not very good at reading. I enjoy talking. Akpan Hogan is from Ikot Obieka in a Chilean local government area of Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. Those from Itinan, you want to applaud your man, applaud him. He was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. After completing secondary school education in Lagos with flying colors, that is, he proceeded to the United States of America for further studies. Akpan Hogan is an Emeritus Professor of Economics and Public Policy, University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. He has participated in Nigeria's public policy space for over 25 years. He was once chairman, Ministerial Advisory Committee, Federal Ministry of Finance, Abuja, from 1994 to 1998. A non-executive director of the Central Bank of Nigeria and member of its Monetary Policy Committee, 2005 to 2009. He was technical advisor to the Vision 2010, member of the Steering Committee to Vision 2020, member of the Economic and Recovery Growth Committee, member of the Federal Government Minimum Wage Committee, and has participated at various federal, state governments, policy-making committees in Nigeria. He has been a member of several economic management teams of the federal government of Nigeria. He was editor of the prestigious Nigerian Journal of Economic and Social Studies for 8 years, president of the Nigerian Economic Society and fellow of the society. He was Director General and Head of Mission of the West African Institute for Financial and Economic Management, WIFEM, from 2009 to 2018. That institute is owned by the English-speaking central banks of West Africa. He was commended by the board for repositioning the institute, especially in the areas of fundraising, research, and introducing the French language as a course. Professor Ekpo was Vice-Chancellor, University of Uyo, 2001 to 2005, and was commended by the National Universities Commission for excellence. And in repositioning the Federal University of Uyo, he was a pioneer Vice-Chancellor of the Akwa Ibom State University of Technology, now Akwa Ibom State University, from 2005 to 2007. He resigned his appointment because of his principles of merit, transparency, and accountability were being threatened. He returned to the Department of Economics, University of Uyo, in 2007. He was the first occupier of the Chief Anthony Ani Chair of Public Finance at the University of Uyo. In November 12, 2024, he was formally honored as Emeritus Professor for Life by the University of Uyo. Professor Ekpo has been visiting scholar to the World Bank and the IMF at various times. He is a recipient of the Federal Government of Nigeria Merit Award on Productivity. He has lectured in several universities in the United States, Zimbabwe, and Nigeria. He has consulted for several global and national institutions such as the World Bank, African Research Consortium ARC, United Nations Development Program UNDP, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development UNCTAD, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Africa Capacity Building Foundation, Forum of Federations in Canada, Center for Democracy and Development, National Board, Manpower Board rather, Federal Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Budget and Planning, among others. He has been a member of various boards and think tanks, such as the Management Committee of the African Economic Research Consortium in Nairobi, Kenya, Africa Heritage Foundations, African Population Health and Research Consortium, Clement Isong Foundation, Ededamana Foundation, and New Nigeria Foundation, among others. He has attended several policy-oriented programs at Harvard University, Harvard, that is, not Howard, Harvard University, University of Oxford, and the World Bank Development Institute from 2020 to 2025. He was requested by the Nobel Prize Committee in Switzerland to nominate candidates for the Nobel Prize in Economics. In 2025, the African Economic Research Commission, or Consortium rather, honored him with the Distinguished Service Award for building capacity and research in Africa. Professor Ekpo has written 8 books and edited 3. His latest book, Nigeria, A Resource-Rich Economy in Disarray, was published by the University of Lagos Press. He has published over 200 articles in peer-reviewed journals. I think it deserves an applause for that. And chapters in book and other research outlets. He has over 1,850 citations in Google Scholar. I wonder how many of us can do that. His areas of interest include economic theory, public finance, and quantitative methods. He attended Howard University in Washington, D.C. from 1973 to 76. In 1975, he won the American Economic Association Fellowship to study briefly at Northwestern University, Evanston, Illinois, USA, with the condition to return to Howard University. He was in the dean's list throughout his undergraduate studies and won various scholarships during his postgraduate program. He holds a PhD in business administration. I'm sure you're surprised about that. Holds a PhD in business administration and PhD in economics from the University of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, USA. He is married to Mrs. Njeri Mbaka Ekpo, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. This gentleman has a website because this is simply a tip of the iceberg. You want to know more about Professor Ekpo? Check out www.akpanekpo'S.com. You will meet the man there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to bring on stage a man that made me an academic, a man that strengthened my capacity, a man that showed me that it is possible, a man that showed me the technical component of how to be a scholar, a man that drives every good process, a man that understands the development and building of society. Please help me welcome Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo.
Sit down, please. Thank you very much, Professor Ntedo Mori. I get very emotional on this occasion, but let me apologize that I cannot go to the podium. I'm no longer as young as I used to be, so I want to stand this. When I get tired, I can sit. Apologies, please. Thank you. Yes. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Chris Ekong. The chairman of the occasion, former Vice-Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Comfort Ekpo. Thank you. the registrar of the university, Ms. Bulos Omokore, the university librarian, Dr. I forgot it, sorry, Ekushe, the Vice-Chancellor of our new university, Professor Etienne, Vice of Agriculture and Technology. You're welcome. And let me just stop, accept the already established protocol. I'm sure there'll be time for me to respond, and I could say a few more things. But I'm very excited today and also emotional that this is the 7th annual lecture to honor me. And I want to say that as you honor me, God will honor you more. I'm also glad that I thank God that I'm witnessing the 7th annual lecture, because some people are not that lucky. The lecture will be a memorial lecture. So I'm glad that at least I've seen the 7th one. And I thank you all for that. Thank you. Today's topic, I was asked to give a lead presentation, the state of Nigerian economy, 2015 to 2026, dialogue with citizens. I suspect because government has been making a lot of noise about how the economy has been doing very well, okay? How we've turned the corner. Maybe that's why this topic was chosen. I've been an economist. I've been asked to give a lead presentation. But let me say onset that what I've done here is just to scratch the surface. I've not touched everything, because to discuss our economy, you may spend the whole day. Okay? So I want to proceed this way. I don't know whether somebody's okay. I have an outline. I want to do a PowerPoint presentation because this is about 40-something pages. I don't think I want to read that. So the outline is I have an introduction, then current reforms or reform, conceptual framework, the state of the economy. I've used stylized facts. I don't want to be too technical here because not all of us are economists. So in Nigeria now, we're all economists. Governance issues, because any economist who downplays the political space does so at his own peril. Then the outcome of the reforms. Those who are gaining from the reforms, in my own view, and those who are losing from the reforms. And then selected suggestions to restore the economy. Then I will conclude. Let me say that the role of subsidy, coupled with efforts to unify the exchange rate regime on May 29, 2023, resulted in domestic negative shocks on all sectors of the economy. I will say that at some point more on that. The paradox of this crisis in the economy is that the economy is not in a recession, technically speaking. Because you're in a recession, if in 2 quarters, you have a negative growth of GDP. So what are we recovering from? Extreme hardships to the majority of the citizens, like rising food prices, rising cost of utilities, insecurity, and the rest, have been unprecedented in our history. 130 million Nigerians are experiencing multi-dimensional poverty. I think by this year we 140. The World Bank added another 10 million. And then we've been told that this reform is the boldest reforms over time. I'm sorry, I disagree. The boldest reform has been the social adjustment program. Okay, for those of you who experienced the outcome of that, and this reform is just a subset of that SAP. So it's not that it's not the boldest. Okay, as the economy turned the corner, we will decide, because this is a dialogue. Okay, and then but let me say that the outcome, from my experience over 4 decades. The outcome of all neoliberal economic policies, there are gainers and there are losers. At the end of it, the rich will be richer and the poor will be poorer. These are the facts. Okay, we'll see more in details, or if you read the main paper. So the current reforms, removal of oil subsidy. Let me say that there is no economy in the world that does not use subsidy. None. Okay? Definitely, the Nigerian oil subsidy wahala was a scam. That we agree. It was a scam. But who are those that were gaining from that scam? It's not the working class. It's the elites. Now, you want to remove the oil subsidy, you don't put the cart before the horse. I was involved in that year's development plan to 2025 and the budget. By June of that year, there was no more oil subsidy in the budget. So, you will have called your experts and say, this is what I want to do. How do we go about it to minimize the pain? That was not done. And what economists call the announcement effect. You just announce when you are sworn in, oil subsidy is gone. And that thing called oil determines the structure of the economy. In 1995, as an advisor to the federal government and Minister of Finance, I wrote a paper that if you touch the oil subsidy wrongly, all price will go up by 500%. We call it structural inflation. So you have to be very careful. So it's not that it wasn't a scam, but it's the way they went about it. Okay? There are countries that have removed subsidy, and subsidy is on both sides. You can subsidize production and not consumption. Even the World Bank agreed some weeks ago in Abuja when I said the World Bank is not against subsidy. They are saying if you can afford it, fine. And that's what they call targeted subsidy. You must target the vulnerable groups as what you can do to minimize the removal. That wasn't done. More of that is in the main paper. Then, of course, since there will be pain, you make sure that to a large extent, all the groups in the country suffer from that pain. But that's not the case. As you will see, we'll come to those who are benefiting. No, please stick to that. Go back to the exchange rate regime. You don't just announce that you are unifying the exchange rate. It's like a speech in a political rally. The exchange rate, if you float it, which is, they're trying to say let the market determine the rate, you create more problems for the economy. Because in our context, you cannot float the exchange rate. Our economy is not a productive one. The naira is not convertible, and so on and so forth. So you do manage float. It's a managed regime. Managed float. That wasn't done. So, of course, I agree that during that period, we had too many exchange rates. Emefiele had exchange rate for his friends, exchange rate for exporters, exchange rate for those going to Mecca, those going to Jerusalem. There are too many exchange rates. We agree. But the solution is not to announce that you are unifying it. So that, of course, created more inflation, what we call exchange rate pass-through. And the spiral effect is what we're having today. Although later, the government went back to a managed float. But the damage had already been done. So what we are doing here is damage control. Okay? The appropriate exchange rate for our regime is a managed float. And the CBN is trying to do that now. Then the other policy I didn't go into, the tax policy that came later. Because as an economist, there are limits to taxation. You can tax and create problems for the economy. So I didn't want to deal with that until you get more information. Okay? But what I stress that a lot of economists ignore announcement effect. That's part of the problem. And now we are doing damage control. Next. Yeah. So, sorry, I need to a little bit talk about the framework I'm using. I said it's an eclectic framework, meaning that I've brought together a lot of frames to look at this topic, okay? Of course, I have no apologies. In our discipline, I am left of discipline, okay? I'm not orthodox, although I'm trained in the mainstream, but I challenge mainstream, and I didn't start doing that. I started doing it at the age of 19 or 20. I'm not, and when I came back to Nigeria, I tested all the orthodox classical theories about African Nigeria, and they all failed. So, but I use some of them because some make sense. So it's eclectic, okay? Now, the historical and analytical materials approach is what I use because it embraces all the other frames, okay? Economists will say, oh, they don't do history, but they run regression and they take data for 50, 80 years and say they're not doing history. They're doing history, but they are ahistorical. That's the problem, okay? So nothing wrong with that. And then, for example, the role of the state. I define the state as the class in power. I don't define the state as existing to resolve our problems. No. It's the class in power, their perception prevails. How they think about the economy affects all of us. And it's a small group. I'll give you a good example. It is important. When the state decided to change the national anthem, it didn't take more than 48 hours. That's the power of the state. And so when the state is a class in power, their views, perceptions dominate the economy and other sectors. And let me say here, in every country, every state, every leader, every political, they are dictatorships. Okay? It's just that whose interests do they represent? For example, in Nigeria now, those in leadership are President Tinubu and his club. They are dictators, but they represent a particular interest. So they've captured the state in their own interest. So if tomorrow somebody that represents labor becomes president, of course he or she has no choice, but represent the interests of the working class. That's why I said the framework is eclectic, okay? And the details are in the main paper. Go ahead, please. Yes, here I said I will use stylized facts as the data is from government. It's not my data, okay? My own data will be different. I don't want to do a comprehensive survey. This is government's data. I don't know where you can see properly. Here, I have inflation. I have real GDP growth. I have unemployment rate. I have EMI. That is the misery index. The E there is Ekpo'S misery index because I adjusted the known misery index with what I think should be the proper notion in our context. For example, the normal misery index does not include underemployment. I had to weight that, and then the EPI, Economic Performance Index. You could see from those stylized facts about inflation, at no time, inflation was double-digit throughout, okay? At some point, it started declining. I will say more on that. But look at the GDP. The GDP, at no time during that period, did we have a GDP growth of even a double digit. On two occasions, 2016, 2020, the economy entered a recession. That was Buhari's regime, okay? We entered a recession, and then we escaped from the recession at some point because GDP grew by 0.01%. So technically, we exited the recession, but in real terms, the economy was still at stagflation. There was still unemployment and so on and so forth. And then you look at the unemployment. In 2021, 2022, unemployment was about 34% on the average, unemployment. All of a sudden, it dropped to 4.1%. In our discipline, that's full employment. Full employment. So we have no problem with unemployment. That's the meaning. But the National Bureau of Statistics was using a new formula that they obtained from the International Labour Organization, which says that if you work 1 hour in a week, you are employed. So if you're a serious economist, that drop should have made you ask a question. Something is wrong with this formula. Thank God our president did not accept this data. The president said we still have a problem with unemployment. And we have asked the MBS to publish the two series. Publish using the old data and the new one, and let's see. So, and we disagree. In fact, a group in Nigeria did the estimate and said unemployment was around 40% and higher among youths. So, the point is that the stylized facts gives us a different picture as to what government is saying. Although this data should end, we don't have data for 2026. We have it quarterly. We allow for the fact that any policy that comes to place has a lag period. Then you look at the performance index, EPI. For you to perform well as an economy, you must score at least 80%. There is no way here we have made 80%. Even as I was coming here, I calculated the data quarterly. We will not make 80%. So with the stylized facts, we cannot say that the economy is doing very well. Well, let me also say that government kept saying that the macro is okay. The problem is the micro. Well, I don't know. When I went to graduate school, it is the aggregation of the micro, allowing for aggregate bias, that gives you the macro. So there is confusion even at that level. Are they referring to households and their families? They say, oh, macro is fine. It's the micro. When they say that, some of us get embarrassed because even the World Bank will be embarrassed because they have a good economist. They say, what is going on? So you see that I'm sure they're referring to maybe household and families, but that is. So I've said a lot more on the stylized file later, which I will elucidate as we progress. Now, the graph you are seeing here is the graph of the table. Okay? You can see that from 2015, everything is going down. Okay? If you look at that last line is not showing color of mine. Everything is going down up to 25. Everything just moving downwards. All the important variables are trending downwards. Then we now come to the next graph, the next income per capita. Because it's not a better measure, but we use it. Income per capita means that they will take the income of Dangote, all those few rich guys, plus our own income, and divide it by the population. So it says that if person A has 100 naira, and I have 20 naira, that's 120. Divided by 2. 60. But in reality, you see have your 100, I see have my 20. So, what you are seeing is that even as it is, look at what our income per capita was in 2015, $2,585. See how it has dropped to 2025 to $868. You can convert to naira if you want. And it makes sense. But if I ask all of you here, are you better off now than you were 5 years ago? Next. That graph shows the decline in income per capita. Even though the measurement has challenges, but we use it. The next. Yes, okay. Here we look at the structure of the economy and its contribution to GDP. Okay. I've said more on this in the main paper, but let me just give you a summary. In the developmental trajectory, you move from agriculture and mining to industry, subset manufacturing, and then you go to services. Okay? Now, if a country is making progress, the manufacturing will contribute at least 40% to GDP. In Nigeria, from 1963, that subsector has contributed less than 12% to GDP, manufacturing. The data is there. That is, if we define it properly. But at least in our context, it is packaging, assemblage, and packaging, assembly, and bottling. Some of these soft drinks come in cylinders, and you bottle them. But let's assume that it is manufacturing. That sector is very important. And man has been complaining, man. Okay? But if you now go further, you will see that services contribute more, about 55% on the average during that period. Meaning that we have arrived. It has to be read with caution. Because in Nigeria, the service sector is not linked to industry properly. It is rudimentary. Even in America, even Trump is saying, in America, where services is about 80% of GDP, he said, no, let them come and build the factory in the US. You cannot develop without it being industrialized. So it gives a false impression that we can develop through services. In our context, I don't think so. Okay? Especially the recent one called this fintech, what we call financialization. Okay? Yes, it makes life easy, but they don't create jobs. So we cannot make progress except we industrialize. And to do that, our founding fathers are now like angels. Because they founded Ajakuta Steel Mill, Oshogbo Machine Days, various research institutes. Where are they now? Rather, we are going to Britain to get loan to rejuvenate the British steel industry. So the only way to go is industrialization. And that data shows that manufacturing is not doing well, and that's where we need to attack. Even agriculture, when we say agriculture has increased in Nigeria, is due to two factors, in my view. Increased acreage and nature, rainfall. The scientific method is not used to a large extent. And of course, mining is probably, we call it primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector. So we read that by, and then if you look at the oil, the non-oil and oil. The oil sector contributes only 3.5% as of last year, because it's an enclave. The non-oil sector is about 90%. So why can't we address the non-oil sector? Next. Well, that's just a graph to show what I've explained briefly. The blue line there is, I think, the agric, and the one that is very, very, the bar there very low is manufacturing. Next. These are the sectoral growth, which I don't want to waste time on that. Next, the graph of sectoral growth. And then go to the next table, please. Yes, this table is very, very important. I will say manufacturing. You see, data can be interpreted differently. Some will use it to tell lies. Some will use it to say what the truth is. Look at that data. Manufacturing export over total export. That is what we manufacture and we export. On the average, it's about 2%. Manufacturing imports, things we import, manufactured abroad, is about 47%. And that subject is very crucial. That's why I brought it from the appendix to put it in the PowerPoint, because the A1 there means an appendix 1. Next. Then I touch on the debt burden. The debt, because it's all over the place that we are borrowing. Although one of my colleagues, we discussed the debt issue. But here, I just want to make 1 or 2 points. We are using about 67% of our revenue to service debt, not the principal. Okay? To service debt. Nothing wrong in borrowing, provided you are borrowing to finance capital expenditures that will enhance growth. The so-called GDP, the debt-GDP ratio, is important, but GDP does not pay debt. Revenue pays debt. And your revenue profile is shaky. Because I checked last time I checked, most of it comes from oil export. The oil export, you don't control the price. It's determined globally. You don't control the output. OPEC does. So how can you use an exogenous source of revenue to finance development? So it's shaky. And for the first time, I agree with the IMF that we have a revenue problem. More than that, when you are borrowing, you have to think of the future generation, because they're the ones to pay for this debt. And there's no infrastructure on ground to show for it. When they come to see that, they will abuse us even in our graves. As I speak, I live in New York they say Ban A. I don't have life all the time. So but if you are borrowing to fix infrastructure properly, and you've done enough feasibility studies to show that at some point you finish paying the loan and start making returns. So nobody is saying that you shouldn't borrow. And luckily, one of my colleagues will say more on that. As I said earlier, any serious economist cannot overlook or underscore the issue of governance. So I touch on that a little bit. Next. I use the globally accepted governance issues: control of corruption, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, voice and accountability, and political stability. In previous works that I've done, I've run the usual regression on these matters, and Nigeria didn't do well. But this time around, I compared Nigeria with South Africa and Ghana on these issues. And you can see, the description is in the paper, but you can see in all the graphs, Nigeria is the blue line. We are below in all those, we are below Ghana and South Africa throughout in terms of governance issues. And governance is very important, okay? The reason why I chose 2015 tonight, because the same party was in power, okay? I don't believe that a party should run a government based on its manifesto. That's why I chose 2015, the same party, the APC. So all of them, go, you see, control of, what's that, corruption. We are below Ghana and South Africa. Next. I can't read down very well. Governance effectiveness, same thing. Next. Regulatory quality, the same thing, we are below. Next. Rule of law, we are below. Voice and accountability, we are below. Political stability, we are below. All of this I explained, and these are how you look at the governance issue. And in this matter, you can't blame a government of 3 years because there's a lag period. But since they have been in power for 2015, you can say, well, this is what World Bank uses. Next, the outcome of the reforms. 1, pump price of petroleum, we are told, was trending downwards. It rose sharply to about 1,150 per liter, and this is about 2,000 at the time this was written. Increase in agricultural production. That's what government is saying. These are government's, the various empowerment programs, especially at the subnational government levels, increased revenue, that we are almost meeting the target. The former Minister of Finance, who just left, said, had to contradict the president, that in fact we're not there. And then the tax and fiscal policy reform is meant to increase revenue and is pro-poor. These are some of the outcomes of the reform. I now go and take each of them to try to explain what is happening. The inflation rate was trending downwards, except this last quarter, due to methodological manipulation. Okay? The National Bureau of Statistics rebased the consumer price index using 2024 as the base year. Traditionally, the base year should be a period in which the economy performs satisfactorily in terms of macroeconomic fundamentals. If you check 2024, the economy will not do well. But I can see that their dilemma. Any base year you use, the economy was not doing well. So they picked 2024 as the best of the worst years. So in addition, goods and services in the basket were increased from 700 to 900 with different narratives for food and energy. This exercise brought down rate of inflation, which does not reflect the reality in the market. Regarding food inflation, the insecurity in the country's food basket belt, as well as the seasonality of agricultural products, must be considered. Nigeria's inflation remains driven by cost-push variables, such as increase in utilities and transport fares. While single-digit inflation is important and desirable, it should be noted that there are countries with double-digit inflation and they are doing well. There are such countries. Okay? So, in terms of unemployment that I just mentioned, I've already raised that issue of the ILO. Now, the so-called stability of the exchange rate is misleading. Misleading. Why? Because we get the official rate being shown to us all the time, but the question to ask is, what was the rate before the effort to unify the exchange rate? Then you say it is stable in whose interest and at what level? In economic theory, in our context, the rate should be at a very low level. And stability must last for 1 year. Okay? So, the market cannot determine the exchange rate in our context. I've given some reasons, but let me tell you again. For you to have stability in the exchange rate, you have to prove 3 conditions. Those of you who are economists here. You have to show uniqueness, existence, at least those 2, and stability. And you cannot get that in real life. That is why the economy has to be productive. You must have a productive economy where your manufacturers manufacture and export non-oil goods and services to earn foreign exchange. That is where you may approach relative stability and minimize hedging. In a market capitalist system, you cannot completely eradicate speculation, but you can minimize it. Okay? And now this idea that the foreign reserve is about $51 billion or so, I think, and can finance 10 months of exports, is also misleading. When you put that, just suppose that with your debt stock, it's no sure. And there's a problem with African governments, almost all of them, because rather than all citizens telling you you have done well, you tell yourself you have done well. We should tell you you've done well. You don't set the exam, mark it yourself, and give yourself a grade. So that's the problem. And in the CBN, maybe just changed. I was involved with the MPs for some years. Even when they tell you they can finance imports for 8 months or so, it's provisional. Because there are backlog of things they have to do. So, in order for you to avoid all those problems, you must build a productive economy. Not a consumption one. Consumption is important. Don't misunderstand me. Okay? But you have to be productive for consumers to buy what you produce here. So production drives it, among other factors. Okay? That's the exchange rate. Now, the central bank, in my view, has restored some credibility. Okay? But they have to look into the cost of funds. If they want the market to determine the exchange rate, they'll be a waste of time. Because the banking sector is oligopolistic. It's not competitive. So there must be some action taken by the CBN for that for it to come down. Because you can't borrow at the present rate, invest, make profit, and pay back. It's not possible. It affects the MSMEs, the small, medium scale industry, more. Okay? If you ask them, they will tell you they are aware of all these programs, but they have no access to it. Now, there's a forecast that this year, the economy will grow by 4.49% this year. The current growth rate is about 4.2%. Okay? Now, I've been arguing that growth is not development. We have evidence of that. You can grow. If you look at Nigeria's growth trajectory before the 80s, we were growing, but we were still underdeveloped. Growth is only a necessary condition. There must be intentional government policies, okay, to drive down poverty. So parenting growth as a big deal. It's so easy to measure GDP. Okay. You must have programs that you implement positively, and then you can eradicate poverty or minimize it. So why growth is important is a necessary condition. Our economy must grow at least double digits, sustained for 20 years, to have a dent on poverty reduction. They like citing China all the time. They like citing China. China closed its borders for years and did what they call selective engagement and build up their economy. And when they opened up, the world was shocked. As we speak today, China has 434 state-owned companies which operate under marginal cost pricing. All the Chinese firms you see here in Nigeria, they are state-owned, but they must operate under competitive market approach. They will forget that China has a communist party. In China, a communist party is not for everybody. You don't join the party if you don't have what to offer. A communist party says we are fighting towards a classless society, which may not be true, but that's their objective. And they said we are building socialism Chinese style. And let me tell you, if you are building socialism, water, light, food, shelter, they are taken for granted. That is why China moved 800 million out of poverty in a very record time. It has a different structure. They don't run elections every 4 years like we do. They do what they call democratic centralism. From bottom up. So we say, and then in China, if you are corrupt, you are shot. If you are found corrupt, they give you a death sentence. If you appeal and you lose the appeal, the next room, they put a bullet in your forehead, and your village or your community pays for the bullet. It doesn't mean that there's no corruption. There's still corruption, but it has reduced. So I don't like that comparison. We want to be like China. We want to be like when we have experiences here that we can galvanize and build our own system that we want. Okay? There are things to learn from China, I agree, but forget that it's a one-party structure. And I don't want to say more about the communist structure, but Chinese economy is the economy I've studied meticulously from postgraduate till today. We cannot be like China except we change our economic philosophy. So I have shown that the stylized facts do not tell us much about how the economy is growing. Let me now go to make a point here in terms of the explanation. As we speak, we are running 2 budgets, maybe 2 or 3, I don't know. 3. We are running 3 budgets. You give wrong signals to foreign investors that you're not serious. 2024 budget is on. 2025 budget, the release, so it is 70% of capital allocation, then 2026. Nobody takes you serious. By January 1st, the budget should be operative. You know. And let me say that what we are saying here, we are being objective. We're not saying this country belongs to all of us, so we have to say the facts using data. If you look at all the complaints of all the vital sectors, they're all saying that even though the budget is an estimate, the releases are very, very marginal. So how can you encourage domestic and foreign investors to come to your country? And then we are parading that foreign portfolio investment has quadrupled. Foreign portfolio investment is hot money. That's why it's called portfolio. They come there, they are attracted by your interest rate that CBN has set and your capital market. They make money, any small hiccup, take their portfolio and go away. What you need is FDI, foreign direct investment. When they come to Nigeria, build factories, employ people. That's what we need. Not FBI. It's hot money. So, in my perspective, whatever, we cannot turn the corner. Here, my economists will not agree because they are honestly technical. But if you use the approach I'm using, the framework, you cannot turn the corner where your citizens, 130 million, are in poverty. Where you've completely improvised your intellectual class. No country takes that risk. Yes, poverty will be with us, I agree. But you have to keep making sure that you minimize it or eradicate it. And the mistake you make is to wipe out your middle class or near wipe out. You don't do that. Okay? So, the palliatives that they are giving now is like, as I said, damage control. Because even if you are using the Keynesian economy to say, put more money in their pocket, and you are saying you are giving households 75,000 naira on 3 installments, what can that buy? And then palliatives, as they are doing all over the place, any small thing, you give them rice, you give them vegetable oil, you give them machines. So those machines, they are selling them. So we have to talk truth to power so they can change in the interest of the young ones and the future generation. So in my view, the World Bank says this year it will be 140 million in poverty. Does this phenomenon reflect stability? It's for you guys to answer. I've said this earlier that the touting of macro fundamentals don't make sense because you add up the micro to get the macro. Now, the next. I now get to the beneficiaries of the reforms. As I said, any government in power, for the most part, represent an interest group, you like it or not. Okay? Even China, the leaders represent the interests of the working class and the vulnerable groups. Okay? In America, Trump represents the interests of the oligarchs. Now, so in our case, those who are gaining from the reforms are the political class. Yes. The allowances, all what they gain, they don't experience what others are experiencing. I've said more on that in the main paper itself. The other group I call the bribe segment of the working class. Bribe segment. CEOs of banks, DGs, all of us, including me standing here. We are bribed because we think we own the organization, but we don't own it or don't own them. Okay? And sometimes you can draw from your savings to survive. That's the bribe segment of the working class. They're the ones gaining. All kinds of allowances, which are like subsidies. Really. They're the ones gaining. Bank CEOs, DGs, and so on and so forth. Honorable ministers. They don't buy fuel like we buy fuel. They are gaining from the reforms. And they say in the long run, the pains will become gain. In the long run, we are all dead. Although the economist said not all at the same time, but we'll all be dead. Any reform that cannot bring positive something in 5-7 years, forget about it. Except you are a champion of neoliberal economic policies. Now, losers of the reform is very clear. The losers are the working class and the vulnerable groups. They complain every day, and the leadership says, be patient. Be patient. I'm sure. And we are lucky because we have citizens that are patient. Okay? And these vulnerable groups, they also lack basic needs. They lack basic needs. Running water is a big problem. I've seen pictures of recent where children are taught under the tree in some Nigerian states. Education, quality health, food, security. But then you add all of those things, these are those, you can see how they are losers of the reform. The government says we should be patient. Well, we are patient, we are waiting. But I can tell you from my experience, in the long run, whenever that comes, the rich will be richer and the poor will be poorer. So I now gave some suggestions on to restore the economy. Because I said earlier, we're not in a depression or recession in the technical sense. But the government says we have turned the corner, and I keep saying that the economy is doing well with your own data. I said the word of economic diversification, not just getting out of oil. Diversification is a very complex process where you have an industrial complex that will drive the economy. Our economy, our GDP is diversified for the 6 sectors, but the economy is not diversified. As you can see from the data that I showed, manufacturing still contributes less than 12% to GDP. So we're not diversified. Our GDP is for 6 sectors, but not the economy. Then we must demystify oil. We've started saying it. We've been saying it for years. When we were working for government some years back, we say, let us have 2 budgets, an oil budget and a non-oil budget. Let's demystify the oil. Norway had oil as windfall, like we did. And they directed the oil revenue to building infrastructure. Today, you go to Norway, it's like they have no oil. So oil, and thank God we are seeing it now. People are now going towards renewable energy. Because oil is a wasting asset. It will finish one day. And I said earlier, no country finances development on the basis of an exogenous source of revenue that you have no control. So let's try to diversify the oil sector. Okay? Thank God they are now getting solid minerals. Even solid minerals, if you don't diversify, it becomes mundane diversification. If you're just exporting the raw materials. Then fixed power. Research has shown that if you have electricity supply increase by 1%, GDP will increase by 3.5%. Nigeria runs a generator-driven economy. No country develops with generators, none. And the issue of power is no longer a rocket science. So what is the problem? Each time I see government budget being announced, I'll go to some MDAs, I'll open their spreadsheets. I will see allowance, money for new generators, money for servicing generators. That means they have no plan to fix this problem. If you fix power, those vulcanizers, hairdressers, all those, they will pick up and you reduce massive unemployment. So why are we not fixing power? You see the amount of money being spent on power, you'll be amazed. All developed countries that we admire, their factories run 3 shifts because they have fixed power. So, first shift, there'll be workers. Second shift, workers. Why do foreign students go abroad and survive? Because factories run 3 shifts and they can work and go to school. Because there is power 24 hours or close to. Some of us who grew up in this country in our younger days in Lagos, power was never a problem. To take light, they will inform the community. Their light will go out for 1 hour, and it will be exactly so. So, I don't know, we need to fix power, okay? Then the last one, which I've been arguing for years, we need a new economic development philosophy. It is new because it is new for us. It doesn't mean that there are no basis for the existence somewhere else or doesn't exist. It's only new because it is new for us. And we've been doing it in an ad hoc manner, what I call the developmental states philosophy. For example, the GSM we are holding now, it is states that invested in it and they knew when to get out. You cannot be a developing country and want to jumpstart your development like the US or Germany. The state must be involved. Where the World Bank and IMF kept pushing what they call inclusive growth, which I've rejected in public papers. Every growth is inclusive. The woman selling granite on the street is contributing to GDP. If you look at the elements of inclusive growth by the World Bank, it stated there less of state interference in the economy. Will UAC build all the roads that the government is building? Will Mobil build all the schools that are around? You cannot ignore the state. What's important is the quality of the state intervention. And for some of us personally, we cannot stop defending the state to be involved. Without public schools, I will not be here. And the model, I don't know where they got the model from. Because in the US and the UK, schools are run by counties and government and municipalities. Very few faith-based schools. Now you have a segmented school system where children of the poor, working class go to so-called public schools, not well financed or managed. Others go to so-called private schools. So you are creating a society that is, from the beginning, divided. When we were in school, years ago, if your father has a good government job, it's not the fault of the child. You are dropped in a car, fine. We trek there, but we learn the same thing. And we are friends today. That's where you build a society. I don't know where they got the model from. Even in villages now, in our state, there are private schools. And that philosophy cannot make any impact if it's not within what I describe as a market socialist framework, where those basic things are taken for granted. You don't aspire. It's like Pastor telling us we are all working towards heaven. Nobody has gone there and come back. So also, the Communist Party of China is saying they are working towards a society that is classless. Nobody, even an African scholar, challenged Karl Marx at that stage, Cabral, that Marx, you are not right. At the communist stage, people will explain it, so there will be classes. There will still be classes. So it's their dream. So if we want our economy to be such that 80% of our population have access to basic needs, you cannot do that under capitalist market development. You cannot do it. Because capitalism itself wants results in poverty. They need people who are poor to survive. Today in America, 250 years of independence, there are Americans who live on the street. Millions. In San Diego, they live on the street. There are poor people. The state has tried to bring in some, not palliative, welfare. But that welfare is brought in because there are people who attack the state, like we are doing now, critically, objectively. Scholars in America intervene, and then they give wealth programs, food stamp, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, 250 years of development in an advanced country in the world, the most advanced country in the world, millions live outside, live on the street. I have seen it. Beggars. Is that what you want? Or a system where, we talk about China, 1948, went through a lot of processes, and they moved 800 million out of poverty. Even the World Bank agrees. So you make the choice. From 1963 or so, we've been building this system, hard-workingly, you know. And I challenge you intellectuals, don't be aloof. Don't manipulate data because you want something to be done to you or you want an office. Talk truth to power so that our children will not be slaves of those who are not reading us properly. So I've explained that philosophy more in detail in the paper. Okay? In conclusion, we have x-rayed the state of the economy from 2015 to 2026. 2026 is mainly quarterly data, focusing on the recent reforms as well as some governance issues. The stylized facts show that the performance of the economy has been unsatisfactory, in my view, and data shows that. The outcome of the reform elucidates winners and losers. Why the political class and their cohorts are the major beneficiaries of the reform so far, and even going forward. The working class Another vulnerable groups are the losers. We have offered some suggestions on how to reset the economy. Some, not all. Let me state that we have only scratched the topic. This is a dialogue with citizens. Hence, let the conversation continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the standing ovation given to Emeritus Professor Akpan Ekpo'S, the first and only Emeritus Professor, University of Uyo. Thank you for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make this appeal to us that we have really eaten into the time of our Vice-Chancellor. He has been on for our sake since the beginning of this week. He traveled for our sake. He came back this morning. I don't think he has reached his office. And there's another function he has to attain. So we need to give him preference to say something before he leaves us. We had to keep him because his father was presenting the keynote. Before we call on the Vice-Chancellor of this university for his brief remarks, the chairman of the center has something very brief to say, to bring up our Vice-Chancellor. Thank you very much. Dr. Effiong Inyang, welcome.
The Chairman, sir, with your due permission, our dear Vice-Chancellor, on behalf of the Center, we wish to welcome you to our midst. We thank you for honoring your father. Indeed, you have not disappointed us. We were expecting you. We said even if it's 1 minute, you will be here. And thank you very much for keeping that faith, sir. But sir, as it's a policy of our center, the Vice-Chancellor is a member of our governing board. And it is my privilege, sir, to introduce you to our audience as a member of our governing board. And by the virtue of that authority, I present to you, sir, this letter appointing you as member of our governing board. I had said before you arrived that we had an agreement, so to say, with the outgone acting Vice-Chancellor, who had promised and pledged to integrate the center into the mainstream of the university. This is your own thing. Again, I said, today is the 7th birthday lecture. I will call it the 7th anniversary, and everyone here understands and appreciates the significance of 7. And here you are today as the Vice-Chancellor, a fulfillment of all the dreams and vision we had. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice-Chancellor. I hope it's on you. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman of Center, for being very brief. Without wasting time, we want to invite the 9 substantive Vice-Chancellor of this university, the second alumnus to become Vice-Chancellor, the transformer Vice-Chancellor, Professor Christopher Ekong.
Thank you. The birthday boy.
Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo, the chairman of this occasion, my brother Joseph Essien, pioneer Vice-Chancellor of that university. You will tell me the name. Ladies and gentlemen, most especially my father, Bishop Professor Isaiah Umana. Let me start by saying I'm deeply disappointed with the overgrown grass that you see around this environment. Last week before I traveled to Abuja, I bought 10 lawn mowers. I donated to the Directorate of Environment to make sure they clear the grasses around all these places. I still feel that what I've seen today is really disappointing. It reminds me that I need to believe more in myself and than some people I came to see. And so I say, sorry, Banukan. That's how we used to call it in the village. That we say this, you won't see this again very soon. And I also say and promise that when I become you, I won't lament again about Nigeria. Because from Asiodu to you today, it's just lamentation about our economy. What have we done? What can we do? I'd always said the Nigerian economy is strangled by Nigerian politics and governance system. Except to say the policy and governance system well, so the economy cannot work. So the democracy we are practicing today is come and chop democracy. Election is on every 4 years. The person borrows money to go for election because everybody wants to take money before they vote him. He enters office. The first year in office is to satisfy the sycophants, the hoodlums, and the groups that took him there. The second year, he tries it again, not looking at the state. And that second year, they tell him, oh boy, do you want to go for second term? So the second year and third year, he starts planning for his second term. He has not done anything. He's not interested in economic policy. He doesn't want anything. He's interested only in palliatives to make people keep quiet. So the fourth year, he wins the election again. The fifth year, he needs to recoup what he spent and the debts he owed. And at that time, the sycophants and all the people wants to get the money from him. So what is economy? Economy is just a bystander. So first of all, recoup. Then the third year, they remind him. They're always around him. You are going to go to jail if you don't put the people who will come and work for you. So the man puts himself, so around 8 years over. So what are we expecting? There's nothing except we unstrangle economics from politics. So, sir, I had always said Nigeria needs a benevolent dictator. We need to have benevolent dictatorship, without which Nigeria we will not go. We'll still keep lamenting. So I don't want to lament when I get to your age, sir. Let us do the right thing at the right time. So I congratulate you, my mentor and teacher. I promise I won't let you down as Vice-Chancellor of this university. Thank you very much. Let me just attend the alumni lecture. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, we rise as the Vice-Chancellor and his management team members take off. It was a very short punching remarks, straight to point, direct at the issues. Thank you. I think we should sit. Please sit. Okay. We've taken excuse from the Vice-Chancellor to spend a little more time as we take a group photograph with him to remember this occasion. Cameraman, please come. Where's the location? Who is taking? Here? Okay. Sir, it's going to be here. Right. Emeritus Professor surrounded by 2 Vice-Chancellors. Right Honorable Onofio Luke is there. Professor Moffat, Professor Trenchard, Ibia, Professor P. Solomon, Professor Ahazaya Umana, His Lordship, Bishop. Please open the circle. It was open the circle, please. Yes, we can cut and some come up to give a good view, please. Yeah. Please wait. Please. Some can cut and come up to have a good view. Yes. As the Dean of Law, I've seen Honorable Achibong Enyang. Cameraman, stand well. When you're done, indicate. Please allow the official person to do the work. Are we done? Yeah. Are we done, sir? Okay. Thank you, sir. The event continues. The event has not ended. We only allowed our Vice-Chancellor out of necessity to leave. Yes, I think we can take our seats. The event continues. We thank the Vice-Chancellor for making it here. Yes, please take your seat, The event continues. Please. The event continues. I want to recognize the following persons who are here with us. From the Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Port Harcourt, we have the following who came in company of Dr. Azuru. We have Dr. Esther Baliku. Esther, you're welcome. Dr. Saturday Odepedi, you're welcome. Dr. Choma also Amadi, welcome. Dr. Promise Onwigwe, you're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Mrs. George Onwaneri, you're welcome. all the way from Port Harcourt to make it. We are glad. From the Department of Petroleum Economics and Policy Studies, Ignatius Ajaro University of Education, Port Harcourt. You're welcome. We also have here the forum of former student union presidents of this university, led by Akparawa Nseube. We also have here Professor Imo Moffat, former commissioner in the state. We have the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, where the keynote speaker and man of the day, Professor Hogan hails from. Professor Anyakan Brown is in the house. Professor Brown, without you, it wouldn't be complete. You're welcome. We have Right Honorable Onofio Luke, a former student union leader of this institution and a great politician. We also have Dr. Otto Abasi Ansa, former director of works. Doctor, you're welcome. We will not forget this one man, the immediate past acting deputy vice-chancellor academic of this university, Professor Diana Abasi Eduwem. He has been here. Prof, you're welcome. The Dean, Faculty of Law, Professor Wemodok, is present. We go to the program. I did not see the chair. We go to the program, but before the next item, I want to appeal to those who have collected the books. We have report that some have collected without making payments. Probably your name was not written down. That is not the end of the matter. I appeal to you to be a good person at this event. And if you had collected, please pay into the account. The account details is right behind there. A lot of people have done their transfers. Please do your own if you have collected. Please. Please. It wasn't a dash. It had a price. You can even buy one if you can't take all. Please. We have listened to the keynote address as presented by Emeritus Professor Akpan Ekpo'S. He has raised a lot of issues there. And item number 10 means he won't just listen to the keynote and walk away. We are going to take the highlight key points from the notes, as it implies keynote. So there are key points. The key points borders on governance, monetary and fiscal issues, manufacturing, agriculture, and then debt profile management. I will invite Professor O.J. Umor, who will be better than myself and whose shoes I cannot put in my feet in the moderation of these discussions. So Professor O.J. Umor, please take the microphone from me. I will step aside and have you do what you are able to do. Welcome.
Thank you very much. The MC, we have heard the erudite Emeritus Professor, my own teacher at almost all levels, my boss and mentor, We have heard him. And now it is time for us to hear the panelists as we take the panel discussions. The chairman of this occasion, permit me to invite the first discussant, permit me to invite the discussant to undertake discussion on agriculture, livestock in perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, join me, welcome Professor Akpan Solomon for discussion.
Good afternoon, everybody. The chairman of the occasion, please permit me to adhere to the existing protocol. Well, I had a PowerPoint presentation to make, but as it is, I think time will not permit to go through all of those because we've just been given a limited time. I just want to say that from all our speaker has said, and maybe I should just say congratulations, sir, on the celebration of your birthday. You have been a great impact to our generation, and we continue to admire your spirit. Before I start, I would want to say, maybe you would recall that when you were Vice-Chancellor of this university, because the MC has said so, we should just find one thing and say about Professor Emeritus Professor Akpan Ekpo'S. When he was Vice-Chancellor, I think I had an issue. He was the chairman of APICO at that time. And when I went to him, at that time, the office of the Vice-Chancellor was not crowded with policemen and all security persons. Any ordinary Nigerian could walk into the office. And when I went there, told him my story, all he told me was that, "Are you Mrs. Solomon?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, I know you separately. I know your husband separately. Forget about it. I'll do the rest." And he did the rest. Thank you so much, sir. And I can also remember at that time, we were very young lecturers. And ASU used to have issues here and there. And what he said at that time, these people are groping in darkness. And I think Nigerian economy, maybe we are also groping in darkness. So with that, from all that he has said, I want to say that I had a presentation. I won't go through all of this. I will take you to animal agriculture. Everything about agriculture today is crops. Everybody is talking about rice. Everybody is talking about fertilizer. Everybody is talking about cassava, maize. But that is not all about agriculture. We have the animal sector. And that animal sector is in a very strategic position that also can help the economy of our country. Please, let us go to the transformations. I just want to take us there. Move on. We want to look at the historical review. Please, if you go to this historical review, people will talk about the golden era, oil boom, which we are still talking about today, petrodollar moving, agric coming down. We have reforms. But my worry now is in the area of policy making. We have not come here to lament, just like the VC has said. he will not lament. We have not come to lament. We want to have a shared vision of how to move away from where we are. Now my worry is in the area of transformation. Right from the time of Obasanjo, we had the needs. From Obasanjo, we had Jonathan, we had the GES, we had Buhari, we had agri transformation, and now we have Tinubu. Tinubu is looking at the technology and innovations. Now, with all of these reforms, how do we break these policy reforms and implementation shortfall? So let us go straight ahead to the livestock sector, because we have heard so much about agric. And everybody seated here, if you talk about agric, is crops. It's not all about crops. What cassava will do, livestock will do in the economy of this country. So what it will provide food, it will provide protein, it will provide employment, it will provide resources for industries. It will do all of those, but it has been seriously untapped. So let's move away from here. Please move on. Just wait here and see. If you look at what we have here, agriculture GDP's crop protection, production is 91.5%. See where livestock is. See fishing, see forestry. What is happening? Because all attention about agric has been moved to crop production. And we have a problem with livestock, fishing, and the forest area. In the livestock area, we see that the sustenance of livestock rests on the small people. It is the rural farmers, the women, the youths. So that what it should have happened there is not happening. Meanwhile, we are producing so much. Even in the poultry area, we see that a lot of poultry is being done in the rural setup, backyards, even commercial farms. If we have to take Akwa Ibom State as a case study, how many farms can we really say are producing birds? We can finger hand count them. But then this is an area that should have given us so much. Let's move ahead. Now, you go to this area of food security, is hard numbers. You see that about 33.1 million is projected for food insecurity. And we've talked about poverty level in Nigeria. Nigeria ranks about the 110th global hunger index ranking out of 127. That is where we are in Nigeria. If we have to talk about hunger, we are the 110th person. Then peak food production, inflation rate, because of all of these inflationary measures, reduction in the foreign currency thing, we have 40.9%. And most of our monies have moved into exports. We are importing dairy products. We are importing beef. We are importing meat and fish. And what is happening, a lot of our income has gone into that area. We spend so much money trying to buy all of this to sustain our economy. So you see that almost about 10 billion bills have gone in the import of food into this country. We have about 84 million Nigerians below poverty line. The basic thing now is that Nigeria is poor. We are underdeveloped. Meanwhile, we are talking about the transformation system for livestock. And in the transformation system for livestock, we are looking at innovation. We are looking at research. How do you handle that? The audience before me here, I'm not sure can do anything to solve this problem. It's within us. Now, if we have to look at where we are we truly committed to the works of livestock? Because agriculture in terms of livestock production is about knowing what to do and how to do it. Production, like we have said, how much are we producing? The transformation system that is ongoing is talking about the use of technology. Have we trained our people for the use of this technology? How many poultry farms do we have in Akwa Ibom State today that are using automated machines? But there is a policy that says innovation and transformation. How will you do innovation and transformation when the rudiments of innovation and transformation have not been met? So the thing now is, how are we committed to moving the economy? Are we still where we are? Because most of this technology and research, you need some science-based information. And if those science-based information is not there, how do you bring about research? Research is not a one-day matter. It is not a two-day matter. It takes a lot of time. And when we start thinking of policy transformation, you sit on the table, do that policy, that is creation. And after that creation, because of what you have been revealed into, how do you apply? And if you cannot apply, what is the end point? Our GDP will still be low. We will still remain in the poverty line. We will still be underdeveloped. And those two things, poverty and underdevelopment, is still the cause of a low economic situation. So for now, if we can, at all points in time, look at the applications of this policy, because after the Tinubu regime, I'm sure another policy will come up. Have we actually achieved what we should achieve at this point in time? We are still on the table. The policy should be able to take us to application that will take us to an end point, because there is no point creating and littering industries of one agri project or the other without applying that policy. And if that policy is not applied, how do you get to the end point? So we are still in a very bad situation. So how can we use livestock as livestock? Because it will bring up our GDPs. If we have to look at international standards, we are still below international standards. As numerical numbers increase, they increase and are used locally. You cannot export because you don't have the way out to export. What are the standards of that export? So I want to say that in all that we have said, I wouldn't want to take us this far. We have to find a way and break policy implementation's shortfall. One thing is creating the policy, the second is applying that policy, and the last is getting the end point of that policy. And if we can do that for the livestock sector, I think we will also rise as other aspects of the agri is rising to bring out this nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Professor Umo.
Thank you very much, Professor Solomon. Thank you for keeping to time. And now, we want to invite another discussant. And I know that we are happy that this discussant is here. She came all the way from Port Harcourt, and she didn't just come alone. She came with other people. And we are happy about that. This discussant, as far as academics is concerned, is a granddaughter of Professor Akpan H. And I'm also proud to say that she is academically my own daughter. Praise the Lord. And so join me to welcome Dr. Chikanele Asuru, Associate Professor of Economics, and she will come up and discuss monetary and fiscal issues, labor market performance in just 10 minutes. You are welcome.
Prof, I hope you don't mind when I call Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir. My own teacher, is one of those I admire so much, not just from distance, but even in the classroom, because he brought theory and practice together. My professor, sir, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I also will not bring out this. My professor, Professor Comfort Ekpo. Prof, it was towards my going to when you became the Vice-Chancellor. But I was one of those in postgraduate school that then in postgraduate hostel, because I was in postgraduate hostel, was agitating for affirmative action, the 35% for women in all positions of authority. So I could remember vividly then, that weekend I traveled when you were elected as the Vice-Chancellor. I started receiving calls that, Madam, you people were asking for 35 affirmative, now you have taken 80%. Thank you very much, ma. You made us proud. I'm very grateful. I also want to say that I'm the most privileged in this house. Why am I the most privileged? Because in this house, I have all my teachers in economics department right under this roof. I can see Professor Akpan, all the professors in economics department. They were all my teachers. But I will not fail to also remember late Professor Akpan, who is also my father and a mentor. Because then, Professor Akpan Ekpo'S was away as Director General of DG. But I want to shock you, even in his exalted position, he will leave Lagos, he will leave Abuja, he will leave different parts of the world to come and teach us weekends. Every Saturday, every Sunday. Prof, thank you very much. Thank you. One thing I want to say about him, but he might not know, that it was actually Professor Akpan Ekpo'S that instilled capacity into some of us that year. Will I say within that period? Prof is very mathematical. So every of his economics and teaching, he will solve the equation up to 30, 40 equations. And the market will clear. He will tell you that this market has cleared on the board, not in reality. Market was always clearing on the board. And our very first test that he gave us, more than 75% of the students failed, including myself. And that was the beginning of our research. We now know that we were joking, that we have not started. And that was how I moved to the library. And I said, I'm going to research. I must not fail my family. I must not fail my husband and my children. What will I tell them that I have failed economics, doing PhD? Prof, thank you very much. You're shaking. This made us powerful. I'm so proud of you any day, anytime. Happy birthday, Prof. Thank you for making me who I am today. I also want to say that Omar was my supervisor, supervised me. Your present VC was my HOD. And a lot more. Also, that's why I say I'm the most privileged as far as this all is concerned. So anytime, any day, outside River State, my next home is Akwa Ibom. So anytime I'm invited for any event in Akwa Ibom, no matter how busy and how tight, I will make out time to see that I am there to honor those who have mentored me over the years. Thank you, sir. So that I don't take so much of your time, I said the state of Nigerian economy, and I was asked to discuss the monetary and fiscal policy, labor market performance, poverty and inequality in Nigeria. And of course, Prof has already made everything easy. Say 2015 to 2026. But Prof, what you are going to see here, there are some areas, there is a divergence between me and you on our findings and on our recommendation. But because it's going to be a converge of Akpan and Akpan Ekpo'S outlook. So let's start. I first of all looked at what the economy is all about. When we talked about the economy, according to Akpan 2014, Akpan 1999, Akpan 2014, he said that an economy is all about production and distribution of goods and services. He said, in fact, precisely, that is the collection of all productive activities. So when we look at, go to the next one. So when we talked about the economy, you are talking about the productive capacity. So if an economy, the productive capacity of this thing, so the acquisition of the relevant knowledge and skills, the acquisition of the relevant facility, access to the required funds, access to the required input, and the ability to manage the production process. So when we talked about the economy, you are talking about the productive capacity. Next slide. So what is the problem? The inability to produce your goods and services, the inability to produce food, clothes, accommodation, education, healthcare, transport facility, limited employment opportunity, inadequate income. All of this and the importation of these goods and services to bridge the gap. We do what? In the economy, what we decide to is the problem, is the major problem of the economy. So can we go to the next? Strong and weak economy. So we say that an economy is strong if what happen, if your ability to produce goods and services. So an economy is weak if you are not able to produce these goods and services. Let's go to the next slide. So macroeconomic analysts now try to find what is causing these changes. So and they set up the 4 macroeconomic objectives, major macroeconomic objectives, trying to search for what is causing, whether an economy is strong or an economy is what? Is weak. By increasing the real GDP over time, which we call the economic growth, the price stability, keeping inflation low and predictable, and low unemployment or high employment rate. That maximizes the number of people who want to work and the balance of payment, that is external stability. The trajectory of the Nigerian macroeconomic objectives. If you look at the indicator, there is no need going into this because Prof has actually expatiated on this very well. So let's go to the next slide. So I now classify this trajectory, the monetary and the fiscal policy in Nigeria, 2015 to 2016, into 3, based on the events. And I looked at 2015 to 2019. And the major fiscal and monetary policy for that time is stability and what? Import substitution. And what are the strategies set up by federal government? They say stimulate growth with low interest rate and CBN, develop finance. Then MPR should be held at 11 to 14%. Defend the naira at 197 naira to 360 naira per dollar through capital control. They say reduce import dependence via foreign exchange restriction on 43 items to push local production, rice, cement, tomatoes, paste, and others. And he said maintain subsidy on petrol and foreign exchange to cushion household consumption expenditure. Remember, no, don't go. I want to explain something. Go back to the last slide. Remember that this period is the period of oil price crash. That oil price crashed from $100 up to $30. And that was when Buhari took over. And that led us to recession because of oil price crash. Remember that most of our earning is from the crude. So when the oil has priced at the foreign market, meaning that even our will not be, our revenue will also fall. Everything. But then the APC government, instead of looking at the economy and how to face it squarely, we are busy blaming Jonathan, that Jonathan had looted the treasury instead of facing this thing. And I also want to point out that within this period of, within this period, I said 2016 we had recession. Let's go to the next slide. Also under Buhari, 2020 to 2022, we called it the crisis management and stimulus. That was the main objective of the fiscal and monetary policy. And the strategies, they say prevent COVID-19 collapse of the economy with CBN intervention of 35 trillion targeted credits to agriculture, manufacturing, and SMEs. They say keep foreign exchange stable by rationing dollars and devalue official rates gradually from 360 to 461. Then we have multiple exchange rates. And so I wouldn't want to go to the multiple exchange rates because the keynote presenter has made a lot of conversation around that. But what I want to point out is that it was also under the administration of Buhari that we also had the COVID-19 and the post-COVID. And of course, you know, all over the world that the economy was on a standstill. Because why am I bringing all these trajectories? For you to know, when the present administration said that the economy is recovering, so we begin to that, recovering from what? They are recovering from a lot of, so you can see the post-COVID-19. He said keep foreign exchange stable by rationing dollars and the value. They say avoid fiscal cliff by borrowing and using ways and means. This is another asterisk. Ways and means at all costs. Raise, provide money. Of course, remember in fiscal policy, when government spending is above revenue, which is the tax, what happened? That is the deficit budgeting. So when the revenue is above government spending, then that is a surplus budgeting. And when the two are balanced, so what happens? You discover that they had a lot of deficit spending. And how would they? He said, the Buhari administration said, by all means, by all ways make money. Well, part of it was that they said they were printing money, which is not the best macroeconomic variable they were targeting. So we had a lot of Naira swap, and there was a lot of hoarding of even the Naira because they did not. We are going to come that all the stakeholders were not brought on the table to discuss on how they are going to move forward. So COVID-19 was a problem. Economy, the economy, we went into recession again by 2020. And the whole economy was collapsed and on a standstill. So when we look at it, it's a support job via Empower, survivor funds, public works. I can remember they were carrying money to go and share people in the market than not. I don't know how many of you got the money when they were sharing it. So that's what they were calling their own survivor fund during that COVID. And they were also saying what they call Empower jobs, where they were paying people, they were underpaid. Then public works. Go to the next slide. 2023 to 2026. Main objective is to stabilize the economy plus market alignment. And what were the strategy? Unify exchange rates and let market determine price. This is Tinubu's government now. It said remove fuel subsidy and reduce fiscal waste. Free about 5 trillion naira in our annual budget, which was included in the budget hitherto. So it said restore price stability by targeting inflation, rebuild the external buffer, and restore investors' confidence by clearing foreign exchange block. Then broaden revenue base to reduce oil dependence to GDP tag. What I want to say, remarks, removal of subsidy and exchange rate unification. I am one of the proponents of subsidy removal because I don't see how we will continue to subsidize consumption while we are strangling our productive capacity. So I'm one of those, the proponents of the removal of subsidy. But like I quote our keynote presenter, the means at which the president did it on his day of swearing in. He said, as I am standing here now, that subsidies stand what? Removed. And without allowing the stakeholders to buy into the idea and looking at the processes that we will use. So, but for the corruption, I give it to him because there was a lot of corruption in an MPC. There was a lot of corruption going on as far as that subsidy is concerned. So I'm one of the proponents, but the means in which using the removal of this thing is what we are frowning at. And that caused untold hardship because there was that cost push inflation. A lot of cost push inflation, and that translated to our welfare, transport, feeding, inflation rates got to almost 33%. Inflation rate that was already second digit, but it got up to 33%, to even up to 34% before the end of 2023. Go to the next slide. Impact of the Nigerian real GDP growth, impact of the fiscal and the monetary policy on, on real GDP growth, unemployment rate, and inflation rate. When we look at the impact, of course, when you look at it and the unemployment rate, this, I say, is from World Bank and ILO. Go to the next one. And when you look at it, based on their reports, you will see that almost everything, all the indicators are increasing. Inflation, even though our GDP was increasing, inflation rates also high, unemployment high. But go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. But what happened? There was a new methodology, 2021 in 2021. If you look at it, the Nigerian NBS report, Nigeria, there was no unemployment figure data for it because they call it a transitional period. But from 2022, the methodology was redefined. And like our keynote speaker said, unemployment crashed. And they now said that Nigeria is not suffering from unemployment, but what it's suffering from is underemployment. Somehow, to some extent, I don't know how many people will agree with me, but I think by their new definition, I agree with them, because what we have is underemployment. There is virtually nobody not doing anything. But the kind of job that you're doing is what matters. So not really pure unemployment, but what we are suffering from is underemployment. So let's go to the next slide. So how the three variables interconnected? We said in 2015 to 2019, there was low growth, recession 2016, plus high inflation and rising unemployment. Then 2020 to 2022, COVID-19 shock, GDP contracted, recession in 2020, unemployment fell by new method in 2022, up to date. Then 2023, 20 to 2024, reform shocks, subsidy removal plus exchange rate unification caused a one-off inflation spike to 33%. Real income collapse because the purchasing power, because of the high inflation, the purchasing power fell. Then 2025 to 2026, the stabilization, growth recovery, slowly, inflation falling slightly by World Bank and ILO and MBS data. So let's go to the next. If we go by this, we can look at it. Now we look at the impact on GDP per capita income, inequality, and poverty. Let's go to the next slide, so that this was adopted straight. It's already there. I just adopted it. This is the true picture from the World Bank. Let's go to the next. So please, before you go to the next, go back. I want to point out this. We say at this period, oil price crashed, and this other one, when you look at the graph, is self-explanatory. So let's go so that I can conclude the next. In conclusion, based on the available data, the economy of Nigeria today is on the recovery path, characterized by, based on the data, like my lecturer and my professor will say, cleared on the board and not in reality. So the market is clearing on the board based on the data. Based on the data, increased economic growth in the area of oil and gas production, ICT, and financial sector, the e-banking. When you look at the GDP and begin to look at the various sectors and their contribution, you will see that these are capital intensive, that is not large enough to accommodate the growing populace of the labor market. So it's not. So it's not large enough because it's just like an enclave, very minute sector. So they cannot really do much. So then number two, it's a lower inflation rate, but still double digit. It's still very high. So our purchasing power, that's why the fixed income earners like us are still suffering because of, and there is also a lot of suffering because it can't trickle down. We are still having, it's lower, but not significant enough to impact on poverty, to impact on inequality. So it's a lower unemployment, but increase on unemployment. Yes, I'm always. However, by World Bank and ILO reports, it is a jobless growth with increasing unemployment by their own standard, by their own report. Fairly stable exchange rates. Poverty is still high, but not rising. Income inequality by Gini index fluctuates around 35 to 36 points throughout the period, indicating income inequality is still large. So way forward, I want to align myself with his recommendation. It says strengthen institutions, make them accountable and transparent, not just macroeconomic aggregates. Physical discipline, stop borrowing, use oil money productively to diversify the economy and strengthen oil sector. So support agriculture and SMEs. They employ the poor and can reduce food inflation. Sequence reforms. Fix the refineries, power, and increase productivity. You cannot remove this without fixing our refinery and without fixing power, from what our keynote presenter has presented. It's a broader consultation. You don't do reform without consulting all stakeholders. Avoid imposing reforms without stakeholders' input. Then this, I say, double pricing system for oil and gas in Nigeria to appreciate the value of Naira. We are calling it Petro Naira and Petro Dollar. I will call it, if it's possible, we will now do crude for Naira. I know my prof said that it's not comfortable, but if we stick to our policy and we have the political will to stick that and bring down the prices very low of crude, that you can come to Nigeria and buy it at a very low price, that will strengthen our Naira. Thank you and God bless you.
That applause is not born again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The discussant, thank you for doing justice to that aspect of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as an economist, I always believe that any governance that doesn't improve the socio-economic welfare function of the people is a failure. But the expert in governance may have a different idea. Join me to welcome Professor Frank to discuss governance.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prof, happy birthday. We are instructed to say one thing about Prof or the other. So, Prof, I was somewhere in Maryland. As I entered the house, they said Professor Akpan Ekpo'S just left. I said, wow. Mrs. Udolfa's home. And to my former VC, she called me Clement Song because she appointed me director of Clement Song Center for Development Studies. And I was always engaging her. And by that appointment, I brought UNIO into the global map because that center was made to be an observer of 2015 election. And thank God, 2015 is the departure point for this discussion. My job is very easy here because the Prof has done wonderfully about governance. Prof, in page 20 of his paper, described governance. And he then said that any government that does not take the political aspect into consideration is doomed. That is why Aristotle said politics is a master science. Politics decide the direction of the economy, and politics decide the socioeconomic, as Prof has said. The first thing to say here is that this problem we are discussing here, sorry, my laptop is in the car, I can't pick in the rain, but I can do this in 5 minutes. The issue we're discussing here will not arise if we get our acts right at the political level. If we get our political party to be political party and not an all-purpose machine. Political party set modus operandi of the government. Political party have manifesto and have programs. Public policy arises from those programs of the political party. And if we do have one, these problems will not be what we're discussing here. Let's talk about governance. We have 3 running framework of governance. Number 1 is from the World Bank 1992 that conceived governance as the manner in which power is exercised in the management of a country's economic and social resource for development. Number 2 is the UNDP 1997 that says that governance is the exercise of economic, political, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs in all levels. And then Prof captured the third in his work, that of Professor Daniel Koofman, who described governance as Prof has outlined in the paper here. The elements of governance, according to Professor Daniel Koofman, are voice and accountability, political stability and absence of violence, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, and control of corruption. Prof captured that vividly in the work. But here we are. Why are we in this situation that we are? If we control corruption, don't worry, sir. If we control corruption, we would not have been in the situation in which we spend money in country and borrow from abroad. Let's ask ourselves a question. How be it that we spend 21 million to renovate the VP lodge in Abuja? How be it that we gave 70 billion to National Assembly, 4 billion to renovate Dodan Barracks in Lagos, 5 billion to presidential tax reform that just met in less than 20 people form a committee, and you gave the working cost for the committee 20 billion. How be it that we increase salary of the judges by 300%? How be it that we have 5 billion presidential fleet, 225 billion presidential jet? Don't forget that Buhari also bought presidential jet. And as Buhari finished, our new president also bought a new presidential jet. 1.35 billion for House of Rep, 15 trillion for Lagos Calabar Road. And then 21 billion to every senator. And then you claim that you don't have resources, yet you go and borrow. One of the loans we took was for nutrition for Nigerians. We took loan for that. So the problem is really with the political class. Let me give you this information. Just recently, United Nations Organization of Drugs and Control, United Nations, and Nigerian Bureau of Statistics came up with a 160-page report titled Corruption in Nigeria, Patterns and Trends. In that report, Nigerian judges are the most corrupt and biggest bribe takers in Nigeria. So be careful when you are going to court, because the judges are already set for Wike and the rest of them. That's why you cannot win Wike in any case in court. So these are the issues that the Prof has raised, and Prof has raised, and we are looking into it. That created the problem that we are here to face. Governance during the Buhari era, you know what it was. There we saw nepotism in its exponential form. How do you distribute power for the governance of the state? The way Buhari did brought nepotism as a norm in this country. I was part of a committee by the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. We spent 6 days in Abuja fashioning a new foreign policy for Buhari. And that everything we wrote for 6 days didn't come to play. We saw him, the foreign policy is D, 4 Ds. All that we spent our time to do was thrown away. That's why the Prof said, when you discard the intellectual class, then the trouble has started. Buhari's government, inflation 9%. It came in when inflation was 9%, and at the time he left, it was 22%. Public debt kept rising. Fixed rate and inflow weak. Extensive parallel market, like the Prof talked about, and insecurity. Then, of course, what was economic output? Stagnation. But let me inform you, like the Prof said, I have a lot of things Prof has said, which I don't want to bother. Have you ever wondered why over 75,000 American companies have moved their companies to the Asian countries? They've moved to China. They've moved to all other Asian countries. Prof talked so much about China. And let me tell you, back in China, the person that fixed the template for development of China is called Deng Xiaoping. That is the person. Deng Xiaoping. The same thing happened I have a book on my table. If you're doing a postgraduate study with me, you must buy it. From Third World to the First World by Lee Kuan Yew. It's on my table. As soon as you come, go and get your copy. No postgraduate student passes through me without reading that book. You have to read it. How did Singapore transit to where they are? How did South Korea under Park Chung-hee move to where they are? Then in terms of liberal outlook, we have somebody called Augustus Pinochet of Chile. How did he initiate economic policy on the liberal platform in what became the Washington Consensus, yet the economy moved forward? In all of this, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we've not said here is what I call advanced strategic leadership. This country needs a leadership, advanced strategic one for that matter, to move on to where we need. What is the difference with the people we have now? It will be that the advanced strategic leadership will have a vision. And the vision will be a long-term vision. And it will develop organizational or institutional leadership. Like the VC here is sitting. The VC will appoint people he knows will help him run the system, who will run that system out and get the economy working. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, what type of economic strategy is that? Again, I have a point of agreement with the Prof, developmental state. That will be state-led development, not the liberal type. Now, let me say this finally. Those states I have mentioned, why have they moved to where they are? China, Singapore, South Korea, Chile, and many others that have moved. They call the Asian tigers. They have close political system. Prof talked about it about China. Because they don't want to tolerate the indiscipline and rascality of the democratic system. One-party system. Then they broaden the economic base. And they direct how the investment in the economic base. But there will be central state planning to work according to the vision and plans of the government. This is because, and I say it here, that no country moves into development with a democratic platform because of too much rascality and indiscipline in the system. So you may ask me, what about America? Who laid the foundation? Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which there is a major argument as to whether it was an authoritarian leader. My answer is yes. That is why I'm happy that the VC that I just left keyed into the vision I have. My current research at the moment is titled Benevolent Dictatorship, an Alternative Development Paradigm for African Continent. Thank God the Prof had also said that there must be a paradigm shift. And the paradigm shift must be to that of a developmental state. And when we have that, in conjunction with advanced strategic leadership, the economic issues we are discussing here, will be a thing of the past. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
Please make that applause born again. Thank you very much, Professor Frank. Thank you. You talked about rascality of the democratic system. And, it reminded me of my belief. I believe that God is not a Democrat. God gives you what he wants for righteousness. Take it or leave it. Thank you very much, the discussant, for your contribution to this dialogue. And now we want to take the last but not the least discussant. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce a man who is not just towering in height, but is also towering in knowledge. He wants to discuss Nigeria's debt profile and other issues. Join me to welcome Professor Emmanuel Ating Onwedwoket. Make the applause born again.
Thank you, sir. Happy birthday, Prof. Professor and the chairperson, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The organizer has asked me to speak for 5 minutes. I wrote a 47-page document, and I have a PowerPoint, so they are all available, you can read. I'm going to respect the 5 minutes talking about the debt profile in Nigeria. I want to say, that will be what I will call the opening line, that debt is not inherently bad. Debt is good or bad depending on what it is used for. Then I also want to, without making you depressed, that Nigeria has been scammed by this government. By the time all the debts that have been borrowed, in fact, the current government from 2023 up to date have borrowed more money than all the civilian government put together from 1999. And the intention is that there's insecurity problem, that there is need to support the budget. And when you move to do the analysis, as critical as security is, in 2025, only 7.1% of the budget was released to the security agency, which amounted to only 1.646 billion. In 2025, only 18 million, not billion, was released to the Federal Ministry of Health. Yet, in that year, every other month, Nigeria was borrowing with the intention of financing the budget. And that, what I say that
this government, the current government, has scammed the future. They have placed the future generation in danger. Because at the current rate of indebtedness, over 68%, as at the last quarter of revenue, is used to service the debt. The rest is used to service their lifestyle. Can you imagine that in our fiscal profile, that, like Professor Frank mentioned, that 21 billion was used to build a house for the vice president and in Abuja. And I can inform you that the vice president has refused to move into that house because he says he has been bugged. So the 21 billion is standing there, nobody is staying there. When they came into power, September 2023, 3 billion was spent to renovate the house of the same vice president where he is staying now. So cumulatively, it's 24 billion between 2023 and 2024. And all those money was borrowed. So the debt profile of Nigeria does not translate to affect the economy because it was used for luxurious lifestyle by a few people in government. That is why democracy has a comma. You know, they said, common definition. Government of the people, by the people, and what? For the people and by the people. But they did not say the number of people. So 10 people can sit down and decide for the people. And it's democracy. That is why the National Assembly have smuggled in what they say consensus candidacy. So everybody, you can be the most popular person. Just 3 people sit down and say you are the consensus candidate. And because we are operating a party system, you won't have any other avenue to be given opportunity to be elected or unelected by the people. So the debt profile in Nigeria is, by the end of the first quarter 2026, is over 118 billion US dollars. And it's growing because I am sure with the current National Assembly, by the time they send, Nigeria is the only country in recent history where the Senate will receive letter to borrow 5 billion from the government. They read the letter and 3 hours after it was passed, it was approved. So if the president wants to sell all the land in Nigeria and send bill to parliament, I can assure you it will be approved. So where we are now, that is why, especially the intellectuals, those of you that have been to school, you need to speak out. You need to speak out. If you cannot go out on the street to protest, start writing your conviction. Otherwise, those who did not go to school, those who went to school as women come out as men, those who graduated from school before the school started will be the one taking decision on your behalf. So right now, it is the battle, what Professor Ekpo called intellectual, if they call intellectual activism. You must speak out. You must do that. You must make them know that you know better than them, because they are doing all kinds of things, thinking that you don't understand, that they can go away with it, and because nobody is talking, either because of fear or because they are expecting to benefit from them in the future. That is why they are excelling. Otherwise, if you look at Nigeria, the big country that we are, with the quality of manpower, there is no way that the current people, and in fact even the people before them, would have made the 30th 11 in Nigeria if it was a football tournament. They wouldn't. Yet, they are there. They have borrowed their future, and you are sitting here. You are indebted. Per capita debt is as high as about 670-something thousand. That is assuming you are using 236 million population. What you are owing now as a Nigerian, as an individual, is as high as that. So your future is being consumed by the rascals until you wake up and say no to it. Please, let's go to the graph, the first graph. Let me just illustrate. Go, continue.
Continue. Okay. You see, in 19, going a little bit into history, when Obasanjo government was here, Obasanjo, Ngozi and co. were able to reduce our external debt by what they call debt buyback from 28 billion to less than 3 billion by paying back 12 billion. All through Yadwan and Jonathan, our debt was still hovering under 5 billion USD. But Buhari came and borrowed us till 87 billion. Tinubu came and amplified and took it to where we are now. And it's not ending. The quality of the expenditure comes into what the debt is being used for. How many of you have heard about Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway? Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Initially, it said it was 15 trillion. The contract was awarded without any bidding. There was no procurement processes. And everybody kept quiet because everybody was standing on the mandate of a man that cannot stand. So if you are standing, everybody, up to the point that judges, in judges' conference, they were singing on their mandate, we shall stand. I see that was the national anthem. So if you cast your mind back from where we are coming from and the span of time, we are talking about less than 20 years. Practically less than 20 years. Where we have gone to, we were 28 billion and we were heavily indebted. Now we are 118 point something, almost 119 billion US dollars in our debt. And the same government that said the revenue is not a problem. In fact, by August last year, they said I've exceeded the revenue target. How many of you heard that? That we exceeded the revenue target. You exceeded the revenue target, then you are still borrowing. So what we should all ask our government, if we have any, what we should all ask the people that rule us now is what they are doing with the borrow funds. Because it's not showing up in the ministry. That's what we call a gross capital formation in economics. Those are the investment in the critical infrastructure, which is proxied by capital expenditure. And in all the ministries, including the one that is as important as health, the release was less than 1%. And the borrowed money was to support the budget. So the critical question that we should all leave this place asking in our head and sometimes and physically voicing out is, where are the borrowed funds? Where are the borrowed funds? Where are the borrowed funds? So at the current rates of repayment, and if anything happens with what has happened now in Iran, the war is almost ending. Our crude oil price per barrel is going to go under 80, maybe $70. So our debt service will now be consuming about 80%. So your future is being captured. You cannot sit, if you sit down and do nothing or say nothing, you will not have a future. God forbid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Debt is not bad, provided you borrow and channel properly to the productive sectors of the economy, to the benefit of the citizens. And there is some level of debt a country should not go beyond. That's what I have learned. Please, join me, give another round of applause to the discussants. Having said this, I want to invite the MC to do something for 60 seconds.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Professor O.J. Umar. Please, we go back to our program. And I want to say that while that discussions were getting on, a friend, a brother, a man of goodwill joined us. I'm talking of the man who is of the Department of Economics of this university that is now serving the state as the Director, Inland Revenue Service, if I'm correct, sir. Dr. Okon. Please clap for Dr. Okon. But he's in charge of the revenues, so he understands what we are talking. I want to remind him that he gave a laboratory in the economics department with facilities. A few years ago, you did that. Thank you so much for being here. So postgraduate students now enjoy economics laboratory. So you go there with your laptop and you know you are modern. Having done that, you want to go to item number 12. Number 12. Item number 11, questions and answers. Yes. Questions and answers from all the presentation, the keynote, and then the discussions. If you have a question, please, can we indicate by raising your hand. Indicate. Professor Eta, 1. Okay, the chairman wants to observe. Okay, the chairman has ruled. 3 questions, not more than that. I've seen Professor Eta, Department of Economics, the gentleman with cap. I wish he used black cap like Professor Johnson. His own color is army color cap. And then the man there in glasses. No woman at all. That's too bad. Okay. Let's start with Professor Eta. Please, Prof. Yeah. I'll give you the mic. Just question straight, question straight, question straight.
I want to ask you this. I don't have a question. I have observation. So if you allow that to come in, I do. If you don't allow that to come in, I give you the mic. I don't have a question. I have observation. Yes. Okay, good.
You can quickly observe.
It's okay. I have heard all that we've said is lamentation. I want to say that Nigeria is practicing what we call primitive capitalism. And when a country is practicing primitive capitalism, that country is kleptomaniac. And that country is not practicing democracy, it's practicing kleptocracy. Then we are talking about other things. Any country that does not focus on technology will never develop. And there are 3 things a country needs for proper development: iron and steel company, power, and chemical plants. A country that does not have that, don't ever think of development. So know that Nigeria is practicing kleptocracy, check, not democracy. And we are practicing primitive capitalism, that people are rushing to accumulate wealth. So that's the way things are. Then one question now. Professor Iman said we should tell them. Tell who? When we said they should do this, they should do this. Who should do this? Where is a forum that we see them to tell these things?
We'll take the questions after that. Answers will follow. No, there was a man in glasses.
Thank you, sir. Idon Sodo is the name. One of the discussants and one of the panelists talked about the livestock as a way forward. But those in crop science or crop productions are seeing livestock as one factor that is disturbing their production. Now, I want to find out what could possibly be the way forward apart from the ranches we are talking about today. Secondly, we have what we could term as oil boomed recently because the oil price has increased because of the Iran-US-Israel issue. But then in a country like the last discussion like rightly said, we are still borrowing. The excess fund from this oil boom, what have they been used for? And is it wrong, like other countries are doing recently, for Nigeria to exit the OPEC? Lastly, as a kind of what I was expecting, kind of the issue of minimum wage. Few months ago, about a year thereabout, there was minimum wage reviewed with the expectation that it would better off the life of Nigerians. But after that, we are seeing that the lives of Nigerians is getting worse. Presently, Labour are negotiating again for minimum wage. Could that be a solution to the problem of the citizen? Thank you.
There was a man in cap, army color.
I want to thank the organizers of this program because of Professor Akpan Ekpo'S happy birthday. And that's why I'm here. Without that, I wouldn't have been here. My question is very simple, but it's equally a contribution. 45 years ago, I was in class 1, and my grandpa bought 10 bags of cement at 2 naira 50 kobo. And I was asked to go and call a man to come and mold the blocks of cement. That cement was from UNICEF, or Carl Semco. And the first day I went, the man did not come. He said he was sick. The second day, he did not come. The third day. The fourth day, I did not want to tell my grandpa that the man is sick. So I started molding the blocks. 1 trip of sand, 10 bags of cement, 3-bedroom flat was erected. Today, a bag of cement is 12,500. The same Carl Semco, which is now UNICEF. What's the difference? My prof, I was privileged to work with you in the Pioneer University of Science and Akwa Ibom State Science and Technology. In 3 days, I was challenged, and I submitted a project to Engineer Dr. Tony Akpan of blessed memory, and you approved 4 papers. American Academy of Science, International Center for Excellence on Science and Technology. Those 4 papers till today, I have been able to improve upon my dear professor. And for the first time, I have to confess that indeed, that elevation, that push you gave to me is working. On behalf of the Global Center for Excellence on Climate Adaptation, Climate Change Center in US, in Germany, and in Japan, we wish you a happy birthday. Thank you very much, Prof. Professor Gabriel Francis Akpan.
Thank you, sir. That sounded like a goodwill message and not a question. The chairperson says the lady should be.
Good afternoon. My name is Mekong Obasi. I'm very happy to be here. My dad brought me here, Professor Trenchadibia. My question is, how would the Nigerian government pay this debt profile? Is it the Nigerian government that will pay it or the intellectual class? I just want to know what's the way forward. Thank you.
Don't worry, Professor Onwedioked will answer that. Let me go over to the discussants to provide us with the answers.
Professor Ita, where is he? Prof. Talk, write, everywhere. They are reading you. Otherwise, all those 8 that are reacting, if they did not read, they will not be reacting the way they are doing. That's what you can do. I wouldn't advise you to go on the street because one madman will come and put bullet in your head. Just write. Be a step ahead of them. Explain. Let people understand that they are shallow, that they are not working in the interest of the people. Yeah, for the young lady that's talking about, Nigeria will pay the debt. And Nigeria, there is no Nigeria without you. It's all of us here that are Nigerians that will pay the debt. It's called sovereign debt. They borrowed it on behalf of Nigeria. So Nigeria will be the one to pay the debt. Unfortunately, they may not even be there where there will be problems because some of them are 90, 92, some are claiming to be in their 70s. So in Nigeria, that will pay it. That's why I'm saying that everybody should be active, should be talking about it. Let them know that we know that they are scamming us. That's what is important. So that at least they will stop or decelerate the rate of borrowing. Otherwise, they will all borrow, and at the end of the day, you will be Nigeria will be bankrupt. They will start seizing the properties of Nigeria everywhere in the world because we have default on our debt.
In respect of the minimum wage issue, we have recommended here a developmental state where the government is robustly present in the economy and the government can hold down minimum wage increase production, and control inflation. So when they pay you 20,000, it will make sense and you hold back that. And with that, when we have responsible governance, minimum wage will make sense to everyone. Thank you.
You talked about the livestock issues in Nigeria. Well, from the last policy of Tinubu, the 6-year program, he is bringing up the innovations and technology, NATIP, which is a 6-year thing. In that policy, he's looking at smart agriculture. Smart agriculture brings in intensive agriculture. And they are proposing to bring up grazing areas. Livestock production should not be a cost to our country. It should be a blessing. So for it to be a blessing, animals must go into intensive system. Mechanization should come in. Training should come in. So if all of those are done with security, because the header farmer conflict thing should be taken care of. And once that is done, you have precision agriculture, where you have drones, sensors, you can track animals, you know where your animals are, confine your animals, know how to deal with them, have automated machinery in place. So once that is done, NATIP will succeed. If it is not put in place, NATIP will not succeed. Thank you.
A round of applause for that. Thank you very much for being so snappy in that aspect of question and answer session. The burden of debt is worrisome. Item number 12, goodwill messages. We open the floor for goodwill messages. If you have, you let us know, and then we'll know how to regulate. We have one here from the Forum of Former Student Union Presidents of University of Uyo, led by Professor Akparawa Nse Ube. Akparawa, you have to forgive me. Very many people here are professors, so if you don't start with Prof, you may make mistakes. So sorry. Akparawa Nse Ube, your goodwill message on behalf of the Forum of Former Student Union Presidents. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, the MC. Our celebrant, the chairman of the occasion, and all the discussants here present. I'm really quite delighted to be here. And I think since the beginning of this lecture, apart from last year that I was outside the country, I've actually missed one. Prof, congratulations and happy birthday. Your life on earth has really affected some of us. Your leadership style, even when you were here in the university, has a lot to tell. That is why when you left here as a Vice-Chancellor, a vacuum was created. And I want to also tell this house that Prof is the chairman of the board of trustees of this great forum. We stood our grounds. We came into existence about 6 years ago, and because we said this university has come a long way, I think in the next 2 years it's going to be 40 years. And because we've come a long way, we must also have the product of this university preside over the affairs of this university. That is why we may be few in numbers, but we try to bring up a voice. Professor Hogan said the students should not go to the street to air their voice. If there is need for placards for this country to change, I think the students must stand up. But unfortunately, when Prof was speaking, I became so sad that I remember in 1989, we were in the street against SAP, Structural Adjustment Program of the military administration. We were not afraid to die. People must die for others to live. If this country must progress, people must die for others to live. And that was the spirit of comradeship. And I think the way we are going, the economy of this country is pushing some of us to that level. Prof, I want to thank you. We'll continue to be there for you, and we'll continue to tap from your own experience. Because if you have quality leadership in this country, some of the things will be addressed. Okay, look at the whole university. A lecture like this is organized. How many students are coming out to tap, to also hear the intellectuals interact? And it's the beginning of the problem. So Professor Ita and others who are here in the university community, you also have to tell the students, forum like this, come here, not only allowing passing through the university, also allow the university to pass through so that you can have a student. Prof, congratulations and God bless you, sir.
That was from the Forum of Former Student Union Leaders. I'm told as a friend of the Emeritus Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo'S, a school friend who is here and wants to say something, is a retired military officer and not tired, Mr. Iyan. Please, your time for the goodwill. Is Mr. Iyan available? Are you? Okay, sir. I didn't know whether you were a major general or a colonel. I would have given the appropriate rank. I'm sorry.
Praise the Lord. I'm Elder Inyang. What shall I say unto the Lord? All I have to say is thank you, Lord. What shall we say unto the Lord? All we have to say is thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. What we have to say is thank you, Lord. After all, today is Prof's birthday. That is the first item on the agenda. Every other thing just followed. So it's only the living that will celebrate and praise the Lord. The whole had become so silent, hence I brought up that song. I stand as a friend, as a brother. Since the inception of this gathering, so many people have spoken about Professor Akpan Ekpo'S. And I know that majority of the speakers met Prof when it had already climbed the pinnacle to become a lecturer. Before you become a lecturer, lecturer 2, you must have gotten your PhD, if I'm not mistaken. And Prof has struggled in life to reach that level. Then when I listened to Professor Ntiedo talking about the Ajegunle experience, I told myself, wow, I'm in a better position to take or to talk about the Ajegunle experience with Prof. It happens that I'm older than Prof, but we shared so many things. Those that have spoken about Prof, as I said earlier, met Prof at a higher level. But I am one of the remnants of those people that shared childhood experience with Prof at Ajegunle / Surulere in Lagos. Ajegunle may be like something to compare with. If you are in London, somebody is in Brixton, and you live in central London. Or maybe you live at Nsukara. There is another man at the Wait Housing. So Surulere is a higher place than Ajegunle. At weekends, Prof will come to Surulere, where I live, the same compound, face me, I face you, with his uncle, the late father of Dr. Ofo Samson. We live in the same compound. Prof will come there. We will play together. There was a Sunday site by the house. We will sit down and we will chat. So, what I'm trying to say, that childhood experience had not changed in Professor Akpan Ekpo'S today. He has become what he has become. Yet, the humility in him has never changed. I went to a book launch some years ago by Professor Joe Umo. Some of you know him, at the Koi Hotel in Lagos. During a session like this, somebody was asked, have you read the book? The man said, I have not read the book, but I have read the man. That is Professor Joe Mo. So, I'm standing. I might not have read so many articles written by Professor Akpan Ekpo'S, but I've read the man. Praise the Lord. Some take home. During the line, so many speakers spoke. Somebody, the book reviewer, said that there is a portion of the book that Prof asked a question asked his father a question. Why are we living in a Jegunle when others live at Ikoi, Victoria line? How I wish that question was posed maybe in a secondary classroom so that our young people will learn a lesson. I'm sure his father, whom I knew very well, told him, read, 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 read. And that has metamorphosed to what he is today. So that's a take home. Another thing is somebody, you know, in life, you have to speak to your life. You have to believe in you. I have a pastor in Lagos, Sam Adeyemi, the founder of their Light Christian Center. He wrote a book titled The Second Revolution. Inside of that book, Sam Adeyemi said, I was drinking Gary, but inside of me, I've been eating in Sheraton Hotel. Can you imagine? You are drinking Gary today, but inside you know you are eating at Sheraton Hotel. That's the man, Prof. When he asked his father why he's living in Ajekuna when others are living in Victoria Land, he knew that with hard work, he will become what he has become today. So, I'm saying in a nutshell that Professor Hogan Ekpo has not changed. With that humble beginning, that he knew me, that we should pantas together, up till this moment, if I approach him, he will greet me with his two hands. Irrespective of the fact that I've never measured academically with him. We don't belong to the class, if you want to use the Nigerian parlance today. So, I join my faith and credence to present to you once again Professor Akpan Ekpo of Ajegunle. Professor Akpan Ekpo of Lagos. Professor Akpan Ekpo of Ikorobieka. Professor Akpan Ekpo of Etinan, of Akwa Ibom State, of Nigeria, and the world over. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. The thing has grown from goodwill message to presentation of the man of the day. Thank you, sir, for that. We'll get the last and not the least from Dr. Okon. Goodwill message. He's a digital man. I always remember the economics digital laboratory when the name Dr. Okon is mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, DMC. With due respect to my mentor, my professor, my teacher, the one that's my guarantor. I'm talking about no one else than the Emeritus Professor of Economics, Professor Hogan Akpan Ekpo, the man of the moment, the birthday boy. Congratulations, sir. And happy birthday to you, sir. Let me acknowledge the the chairman on the occasion, I own the elder sister, who is also another Professor Ekpo. As Prof, salute you. I'd like to recognize all the distinguished professors in the house, especially the professors in charge of the center, our center, Professor Akpan Ekpo'S Policy Center, and the professor that is the tower of my class, my brother and classmate, Professor Emmanuel Owen Wicket. I recognize you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first let me start by apologizing for coming in late. You know, we run after taxpayers for compliance. So, talking about tax, we'll talk a bit about that. So, Prof, I'm very sorry for coming in a bit late. And I missed a greater part of the conversations today. I was only able to catch up a bit with what my brother presented on debt profile of Nigeria and the debt management. So let me congratulate the organizers of this program, especially the leadership of the Center for Professor Akpan Ekpo'S, economic policy, economic policy, for the resilience, for the good work they have been doing over the years. They have never missed this for so many years, as long as I can remember. You're doing a very good job. May the good Lord bless you and give you more strength to do even greater exploits in the mighty name of Jesus. I'd like to say, Prof, thank you for that exposition on Nigeria debt profile. And the flip side, which you do not have time to tell us much about, but we'll read up the management of the debt profile. Perhaps there may be some succor in the management of the debt profile. You know, when we go to look at that, I mean, it's not just about the debts, but how do we manage it? Who knows? Maybe the answers to some of the questions are in the other side, the flip side. You know, and I like to also, it would have been complete, sir, if you had also mentioned that when you come down to the subnational, in Akwa Ibom State, we have a sample of a state that can be run without debts. His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umoino, PhD, is running the state without any debts. All the debts he met, he has paid them up, and now we are debt-free in Akwa Ibom State. So it is possible. It's possible that, like you said, debt itself is not bad, but the purpose and the use of the debt funds, that's what may determine whether it's bad or not. But, you know, debts that we have inherited in this government from the past, which were used for good purposes anyway, as far as Akwa Ibom State is concerned, as we all cleaned up, and we are good, you know, to run as a debtless subnational government in Nigeria. You know, that's why His Excellency the Governor is doing so many things that he's doing, and is not incurring any debt for the future generation, except if in future there will be absolute need for a debt, then we will not hesitate to engage or contract when such needs arises. I'd like to, again, congratulate Prof for another birthday that God has given you to see, another year that God has brought you into, and pray that the grace of God will continue to be multiplied upon you, and that you experience longer life, so that we can continue to tap from your wealth of experience, you know, that the Lord will strengthen you and uphold you, and all that you do. I miss your book, but I hope I will have a copy, because I would like to go through. I wouldn't want to miss anything written by Prof, because I remember those days in the University of Cross River, where, you know, Professor Hogan, you remember? So every time Prof was handling, that time we still used to have to do chalk on the board. Anytime Prof was handling a chalk against the board and began to teach us some mathematical economics, you know, our heads were spinning. But now Professor Emmanuel Wicket is enjoying it. Thank you, Prof, for all that you have done for us. God bless us, and God bless Akwa Ibom State. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Okun. Okay, your department will look into that. we have to get the response by Emeritus Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo. All these things have been done in his honor. He has given us a keynote address. There have been discussions, goodwill messages. Now, Prof, you'll make your response while I tell the communication people to get ready. Prof, your response.
Thank you very much, MC. The chairman of the occasion, the former Vice-Chancellor and friend, other protocols still observed. I actually don't know how to start the response, but let me say that, as I said earlier, I'm highly honored when these things take place. Yes, one had a very humble beginning. If you read the book or my autobiography, we had a very humble beginning. And you see, in those days, especially in Lagos, if you are a barracks boy, all the basic things were available in the barracks. All what we are crying for now, they were available. Water, light, 24 hours, good education, primary, they were all available. Eh? But my old man's last posting was the police barrack at Marine Beach, Apapa. Those of you know Lagos very well. So at the time of his retirement, he had to move his family close by to Kirikiri Road. But at that time, that area of Ajegule and other parts, life was worse than living in the barracks. If you get my point, eh? So a lot of us were asking questions about how come there's this dichotomy. Interesting questions. And the old man said, well, when you go to school, you understand. Fine. But more importantly, in my view, is the fact that the Nigerian system that we are seeing today was not like that then. The retired army officer that spoke, he was very close to my cousin, Dr. Foniyan, whose efforts and that of Dr. Sikwe Sidibo, the wife is here to represent him, Professor Mandu, were instrumental in a lot of things. What he forgot to say was that I wasn't just going there on weekends. I spent a lot of time in Caxton. I was like the houseboy. I would cook for them, wash their clothes. They would send me to their girlfriends. I would go and do a message and come back. And he forgot that I was a very good two tennis player. And my nickname there was Tana. So I was so good in table tennis. And so he has a good... so when you have that type of environment, as I said earlier, there was a mix of people from humble background, rich background, and became friends. It's better than what we have today. So that's why one became very inquisitive. More importantly also, my woman was very good in buying a paper called Daily Times of those days, Daily Times. In secondary school, you have to read it every time you come home. And one day I found an advert on a Thursday version. Houseboy wanted, must be an Ibibio. Being very honest. And I asked, why must the houseboys come from there? And he tried to explain that, they are very neat, they are very honest. I wasn't satisfied. But that story is in my autobiography, okay? The point I'm making is that no matter what you are, what you become, don't forget your background. Don't forget your background. that people have assisted from different ways to make you what you are. And more importantly, don't forget that there is God. Okay? That is where I differ from some of my Marxist friends. I'm a Marxist, I don't have any apologies. It's based on a lot of things. Because even Karl Marx, when he wrote about Christianity, he did not say Christianity was bad. He said, at the time I studied Christianity, the history of Christianity in Europe, it was the opium of the masses. I don't think it was that wrong. And even today, it's still the opium of the masses. But that's a debate for another day. So, the Marxists, I'm a Christian. You have to, because some force have put together this world, and that force is God. So I'm not an atheist. Why am I saying that is that even if you're in the ivory tower, like we are, we should not be afraid to speak truth to power. I was a senior lecturer when I was on the streets those days. On the streets, protesting against military dictatorship. Okay? I didn't start here, even in the United States. If you read that book very well, militancy started a long time because of my background, to help in a little way to contribute to the uplifting of oppressed people. So because we're in the iron tower, does not mean that we should not go to the street and ask questions. If we have to go to the street, you go write, you be involved in debates, but you have to be part and parcel of changing society. Okay. And more importantly, it starts in the university. Someone mentioned Lin Kuan Yew. When they say that the book called From Third World to First World, when Lin Kuan Yew and his mates liberated Singapore, they went first to the universities. So we need your brains. Then they reformed the judicial system. Then he paid workers, government workers, paid them high salaries in order to reduce corruption. That was part of the secret of Lin Kuan Yew. The book that was presented today was written some while ago because I had challenges with the ASU people in UNUYO. But unfortunately, ASU never said that if you are an ASU member, you cannot become Vice-Chancellor. ASU never said so. Atiru Jaga was ASU's chairman for long. He was VC of Bayero. He got all the support. How come in UNUYO there was a problem with the Vice-Chancellor, whom the government calls ASU VC, and his colleagues here? Okay? You should read that book. Read the book that was today presented. You may have a gist of what really happened. Unfortunately, it is a bad egg that spoils the pack. A few of our colleagues were involved in the negative things that were happening in University of Uyo. And I believe that a union must purge its members that are recalcitrant in order to move forward. Okay? If John Johnson talked about the book a little bit, but there's a story himself that I don't even know. If not for God, maybe I'll not be alive today. Okay? There is no police station in Abuja they didn't take me to. Sometimes it's good to be a teacher. There was one case where I was at the counter, being ready to be put into a cell, and one young officer passed through and said, I don't want this professor to spend the night here. Unknown to me, that young man then, I taught him in Unical. And he knew the plan they had made, that I should be kept in cell and tortured. And that is how I escaped that day. But another issue, the problem, I didn't know that a human being can be so vindictive. And I will not wish that to anyone. The Vice-Chancellor then, the late Professor Mohammed, was so close to the military hierarchy. And what was the crime? I was the interim chairman to form ASU. And he told them that knowing my antecedents in Unical, that ASU will be formed. So how can they capture the important offices? Although he lost. So he tried every means. On one occasion, he went to Abacha and said that the Christian fellowship that was going on in the rest of Abuja, which I wasn't even a member, was part of the plot to overthrow him. So I got a letter which I've been looking for to appear before the Kaduna Miscellaneous Tribunal. It was my wife who was attending the fellowship. But the way God works, Abacha's legal advisor, I've never met him, Professor Yadudu, when he saw the list and saw a name, Professor Kingsley Ologe, he said, no, this Kingsley Ologe registered me in ABU. He cannot be part of this so-called coup plot. And we were told that he convinced Abacha, and luckily for that time, Abacha was not in his crazy height. Abacha then said, okay, let it be a police case. That's how I escaped going before the Kaduna Miscellaneous Tribunal. And you know, once you get there, you can't come back. When I left, as he said, I left without telling him, but the way I left because I said, look, I didn't come here to fight. I came to teach, research. If I came to fight, I'll be prepared. And it became a north-south controversy at some point. I said I was the only person that needed 13 hours to enter a southern town. So I plan to leave. Effiong Johnson, I feel sorry for because I put him to that trouble. To be fair, I can tell the story briefly. Effiong Johnson was to run for secretary of ASU. He wasn't a VC's person at all. I said, please don't bother because we have plans for somebody else, Scholar Wallet. He said, no, he's going to run. I said, okay, if you run, you're going to lose. He ran and lost. Okay? On the day ASU was being formally inaugurated, at that time, ASU wasn't electing the PRO. It was by selection. And I saw that he was so enthusiastic. I said, why can't we make Effiong Johnson the PRO? He was appointed PRO. He joined the podium. He was so excited. So when the crisis came, they sacked all of us and harassed all of us and so on and so forth. So sometimes I feel guilty, but he was very resolute. When he was asked to do a few things to leave the park, he refused and suffered with us and was interacting with us. The point I'm making is that that period of my life, you don't wish it on anyone. And that period confirms the power of the state, especially if it was the military. If not for God, a lot of my colleagues died forming ASU in Abuja. A lot of them died. But today, the very stone which the builders rejected has become what? Yes. The ASU National Headquarters is now in West of Abuja. But people fought for it. In this book, the book that was just presented is dedicated to Professor Omele, Yakubu Omele. He was one of those in the forefront of that struggle, but he passed away. People struggled. So when ASU, you start thinking that what is not an ASU person, you just frown. Because even in my younger days in Unical, I was involved in zonal meetings, which to come to Unicross, to sensitize people here about the union. Unfortunately, not all unions are that militant, but once they champion workers' welfare, they have to be militant. We were in ASU at the time when we were fighting the military. Not now. So not now. How many times have I slept in the SS cell in Calabar? It's not now that you have a civilian government, I just speak grammar. So I was disappointed when the ASU year misunderstood a lot of things. I was even attending ASU meetings here as VC until I stopped. And I insist that even if you're an ASU member, please don't be involved in changing grades and collecting money. Don't be involved in harassing female students. All those things were things that were done by a few of us who now became. But when I unleashed my preliminary revolutionary tactics on the union, I think I succeeded. Because at the end, I finished my term. And I said in that book at the end, I said, whatever is happening, history will vindicate me. It is the ASUC leadership, national level, top leadership, who have retired and asked me, why not put yourself the story in a book? Because some members of this branch were telling lies to the national body, and that's why that book has been presented. So I will appeal that if you have time, you should go through it. Now, a moment like this, for me, I like to reflect on those that have played a major role in what we are seeing today. All my students, everywhere, they'll be very, very useful and important. The questions they ask, the answers they provide, have shaped my thinking on how to move forward in the academic ladder. As I said earlier, I'm fortunate that I'm observing the 7th lecture and not memorial lecture when I will not be around. So I want to plead that no matter what, even if human beings disappoint you, do your best to assist them to move up. Do your best to change their thinking about oppressing others, and so on and so forth. You know. So, and also I feel very elevated or excited that the students that have impacted knowledge and vice versa, because to be a lecturer is vice versa, you may not know. Students in their own will also impact knowledge on the lecturer. Today, all of them are holding very important positions in the Nigerian economy and abroad. And even the current Vice-Chancellor is one of our products. So that's the way it should be. You should be grateful that someone you mentored is now heading the higher institution. So we will pray and support Christopher Ekong to succeed. In that book, you see where I said current challenges. Because when I came back, in my own view, I saw that the admission process has been bastardized. The recruitment of academic staff, same thing. Because in the university system, once you destroy how you employ academic staff, you have no more university. Experts are in the departments. If you don't have them, you co-opt. Admissions must start from the department. That's where the experts are. And I'm glad in his maiden address, he has returned admission program back to departments. And I want to appeal to our colleagues that they should do as the law says, I think so, following the merit, advantage, and so you better to relocate corruption to departments so that you can deal with anybody who is corrupt. Then put it in the VIS office. And let me say that in the VIS office, I want to be very clear. In my observation, Professor Akpan said, and Professor Comfort here, they were VCs, they did admission. I could bet you they were not corrupt. I can say that. Corruption started after in the admission process, and I have evidence of that. So I'm glad that, but once you destroy that, trouble. After a VC, you have 10% discretion, where you can admit people who have made the minimum, you know. So, and I also want to remember people. I don't know all the names. There are so many, so I don't want to make any mistake. But I cannot forget somebody like Professor Ekong, OFR, who is most of us, our mentor. Is one of the ones that God used to get me out of Abuja. You know, I can't forget it. You know, and others, Professor Emekite, late Etubu Soro, Eka, and so on and so forth. There are so many, you know, and so I thank you all for always showing this honor to me. Thank the board of the center. They are doing these things pro bono, using money from their own pocket to run this event. I want to thank them very, very well for what they've done. I'm being urged to rush But I cannot rush without thanking the members of the board, as I've said, who have used their own, finances and support while we are here. The current chairman, Professor Mrs. Ekong, is a member of that board and that council. She's been here all morning. Madam, I thank you very much. Yeah. In fact, she is the one that jump-started the center. It was during your tenure that you approved, I was told, that the land be allocated for the center. And I hope the center has not disappointed you. Yeah, thank you very much. So on that note, I want to also plead that the family, my wife is not here, but she sends her greetings, and she has said that please, those who can attend should attend the Thanksgiving service on Sunday. I think it has been advertised, okay? And whatever happens there, the idea is to use those resources to do an outreach for women. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Please continue to clap. That was a good response by Professor Ekpo. The next item should be the communique. I know that within 5 minutes, the communique people will just put us through what has been transpiring here. And I want to invite Professor Des Wilson to do that. Prof, you're welcome. Please, let's clap for Prof. Some of you have been hearing the name, but you don't know the person. This is Professor Des Wilson.
Thank you, MC. I want to start by wishing the celebrant a happy birthday. And I also wish to thank all of those who have come. And I know someone will do that job, but I am taking advantage of being here. I know that those who are here up till this moment are ready to go for another 5 hours or so before leaving here. So, because you've asked us to do the communique for this event, and this thing started since morning, several hours. We are going to try to reduce it to about 5 hours. Okay, before I get into the communique, I just want to seize the opportunity also to correct some little mistakes that have been made, some errors in either dates or something. I remember the chairman of the forum of former presidents of the Students' Union said that the university will be about 40 years, a short while from now. The university is already 43 years old, so I think that information is not really correct. The University of Uyo started in 1983. That's that. Then, yes, this is the communique issued at the end of the National Dialogue on the State of the Nigerian Economy from 2015 to 2027, held in honor of the in honor of the 72nd birthday of Emeritus Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo. We know the theme, the preamble. The National Dialogue was convened to review Nigeria's economic performance from 2015 to date, project pathways to 2027, and celebrate the scholarly and public service contributions of Professor Akpan Hogan Ekpo. Professor Akpan Ekpo himself presented the keynote address and touched on a whole number of issues, including structural and productive weaknesses of the economy, the macroeconomic performance between 2015 to 2025. We do not intend to bore you or keep you longer. That's why we're just going to highlight some of these key points here. If we attempted to do that, that means we would also be attempting to deliver another address. Then it also touched on policy and financing environment of the nation. After the lecture or the keynote address, 4 discussants took on various aspects of the address, and they dealt beautifully, and I think they discharged their task creditably, except for the fact that some of their discussions veered into other areas. We are not putting that in the communique, just making a comment. So the resolutions and recommendations which came out of the presentation and the discussion, the first was on industrialization and diversification. And the first thing here was that government at all levels were urged to implement a deliberate industrialization agenda to raise manufacturing's share of GDP and to at least 40%. At the moment, we're told it's still under 13%. On monetary and fiscal and credit policy, the dialogue called on the Central Bank of Nigeria to provide clear forward guidance and review the monetary policy rate to reduce the cost of credit to productive sectors, especially the SMEs. And it was also mentioned that we should try to have stabilize the currency, because that is part of the problem. And the next point was on human capital and labor absorption. The dialogue proposed that Nigeria should prioritize investments in education, health, and technical vocational training to address youth unemployment and skills mismatch. And also that it should mandate recapitalized banks to meet minimum lending thresholds to SMEs and agriculture. The next point was on governance and policy coherence. This was a very interesting area which was ably handled. The position here is that the dialogue proposes that we should establish a national economic implementation unit to track policy timelines and reduce delays, and then to strengthen negotiation capacity in international economic engagements to protect national interests. We'd like to conclude by saying that the forum extends sincere congratulations to Emeritus Professor Akpan Ekpo'S on his 72nd birthday and commends his lifelong contributions to economics, public policy, and nation building. We appreciate the keynote speaker, all discussants, the Vice-Chancellor and management of the University of Uyo, friends and colleagues of the celebrants, sponsors, and all participants. Conclusion. participants agreed to establish a technical follow-up committee under Professor Akpan Ekpo'S Center for Public Policy to track the implementation of this communique and to present a progress report at the 2027 edition of the dialogue. This is as presented and hopefully adopted on this day, 26th of June 2026. I'm sure if someone did not hear anything beyond what I've just said, or that what we have recorded as our communique for this dialogue is the correct position, and perhaps I think someone should move that the communique be approved and circulated. And seconder? Yeah, thank you. The members of that committee were Professor Konansa, Chief Clement Isok, and my humble self. I also want to express some regret that we're not able to give all the details because of the time that has been spent, and we thank you for listening to us and giving us.
Thank you, Prof. Wilson. Nobody will have done it better than that. Thank you. Oh, the chairman did give us opening remarks. The chairman has to give us closing remarks. We pray and depart. But please remember, on Sunday, June 28, 2026, by 10 a.m., the Eternal House of Glory Church at 26 M. Lineway Housing Estate will welcome you for a Thanksgiving service. If you don't remember what I have said, just look at this banner and take note. You can snap it in your phone so that you won't forget. As many as can attend are invited. No discrimination. The chairman's closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I think it's working. My closing remarks, I wish I could say much, but I want to thank everybody for staying to the time. All of us in the room, I want to thank all of you for staying to the end. A lot has been said. Just like I know, by the grace of God, the center is going to escalate most of the things we have said through media, because that's the area that we can at least let our voices be heard, even if the leadership wouldn't want to change, but let them be told. But the thing that worries me most, as we sit down like this and discuss, I know this is really what this center was established for. Now, the lies that we, the parents, tell our children is what worries me. It worries me. Because most of us parents went through hard work to be where we are. But now we let these children feel that money is everything. And that's why you will see them hanging around the people they shouldn't hang around. And in that process, they imbibe all sort of rubbish that they can't really, move forward. So I want to plead. Like he said, I happened to meet the mother, a very, very strong disciplinarian. When I met her at the age I met her, I said, this woman must have troubled the household, because you have to do that to get to where you want to. So I want to plead with all of us. Let's hold our children. Let's give them good home upbringing, so that when they go to the society, they can stand. The society is corrupt, but if they come from the home that they know values, they can stand. So let's at least try to do that. And we have to try and not keep this double standard. Like sometimes I feel really bad. We see somebody who is talking about the corruption, and you give him or her a position, and he does worse. And I begin to wonder, so what was he talking about? That's what it is. So we have to try and see how we can marry our actions with our words. If we do that, then we can go further. And like I just look around this hall, I have not seen the number of youths that I expected. I have not seen. When we have icon like this, global icon, I remember in the university we used to, nose around where we have public lecture, because we call it free education. You just sit down and you learn, and you are not paying any fees. That is where it starts. So I want to encourage our students. Great Nigerian students, are you here? Only very few. We want you to do more of, moving in contact with great men, because that's how you're going to learn and be able to run the race in a better way. I want to end by appreciating the center, the staff, everybody. We have learned quite a lot. And I feel really fulfilled that this is what the center wanted to do. We haven't got the time. If you ask Prof, can you talk on again? Can you give another topic? He will give you. If you want to stay here for another 2 hours, he is prepared and he can do it. So, every time that we have any opportunity for us to get a lot of what he has experienced, which he can also pass over to us, let's try and do that. I want to thank the center, the staff for their sacrifice. I don't want to say much on that, but I know they have really paid a price. One thing I know is that we have passed the level of failure. We are now on the 7th year, we cannot fail. So year in, year out is going to be more. It's going to be, going to be better. And with that note, before they say the closing prayer, can I ask all of us to be on our feet and sing a happy birthday to our daddy? He has been so good. You can sit down and receive the birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the Lord God keep you. May the Lord God keep you. May the Lord God keep you long. May the Lord God keep you. Thank you very much for allowing God to use you and trim you and discipline you and bring you out as on a showcase for all of us to interact with you. God bless you.
Well, we remain standing, thanking the chairman for the closing remarks. Let us share in the grace. Now, with the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all evermore. Amen. Go well. The function is by no means over. Thank you for coming. Till next time, same time next year.